They don't care.
Endorsements over here. Okay. So my endorsements here. Okay, so what else do I need?
You get LKQ stuff, don't you? Dude, we're just having problems with warranties all of a sudden.
So she did. Yeah. So there's two companies that I've used for years and haven't had problems, and I'm having problems with.
Yeah.
One's a local company, the other one's LKQ. LKQ's a pain in the ass.
I was going to say maybe you're coming in too much, but maybe stop.
I missed that one.
Hello.
They're not even trying to make a warranty claim. I mean, we're having to turn through.
I'm assuming you work with WorldPack.
Yeah.
So TechNet's going away.
Yeah.
TechNet has been the easiest, I think. You go online, you submit it, they either approve or reject. They reject, tell you why you resubmit it.
Fuck all of you.
Yep.
You just go direct.
So Napa tells me they have the same system, but you have to upgrade.
Sensio is the warranty through Napa. That's who we use. And being Napa Gold, you get a certain level of trust.
Gotcha.
So you could log in, and the rack's leaking from the side seal, blah blah blah, boom boom boom, approved. Yeah.
I've just been working.
Do you have a rubber band?
Recently.
Something I can keep like that? How about a piece of tape? Something I can hold that together, then my headset works. I know it's fucked. Hey, hold on. We just a long piece of Scotch tape would be work. Thank you, man.
Shop put a motor in, and he's got some leak problems, and we found a head gasket problem.
I need
We're checking it. So we took all the pictures. The block test, failed the chemical test, 5-gas analyzer, oil in the radiator. So now they want us to tell them where the breach is.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm like, so in other words, you're not going to cover it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I said.
You want me to tear it apart? They pay for repairing it. At that point, they might as well pay for it. I dealt with that. It's crazy.
But it's just like, well, we have air coming into the cylinder, so we know what cylinder is leaking.
Okay, all my bitches and hoes, ready?
We need to know if it's cracked or gasket.
Yeah.
So what difference does it make?
What does it matter?
Yeah.
When I tear it apart, I'll tell you, and you can either send me the gasket or you can
Or just send me a jam motor.
Well, that's too easy.
Okay, baby. Where the fuck? What was I? I forget what I was going to look at now. I'm in trouble.
Do you want some headphones?
Huh? What I'd like is a piece of Scotch tape or tape, if there's any in this whole building. Then I might need some headphones if this doesn't work.
Okay, all right.
Just a piece of tape to do that. Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We have a car day today like none other. We have a filled up studio. If you're streaming on YouTube, you'll see it. By the way, I am at the mothership today. I know. It means usually that it's going to snow or something, but I'm here. Yep, I abandoned the luxurious satellite studio, Martino Chalet, and I came here to the pit of the broadcasting world. iHeart Studios in Denver. Welcome. Now, today is car day. I have Jesse Schillinger with us from Honest Accurate Auto. We have also Kevin Calkin from Sheridan Auto Tech and Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. And if you put all three of them together, you got a half a brain there. I mean, half of a genius, super genius.
A little more credit than I expected.
No,
Thanks,
we're going to
Tom.
talk cars. What these guys forgot, you don't need. That's how smart they are. So if you're looking for answers for car problems, questions, complaints, including sales, by the way, we'll talk about that as well. Now, I will also talk about anything on your mind. We don't always have to do cars on car day. We call it car day because we usually save all of the car problems, questions, complaints for when we have our experts in. So call in about cars at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, or you call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. I always ask this. It's just a part of Car Day. And I'm going to ask again let's talk about
It's also
parts.
Pizza Day, Tom. That's something
It is
never
Pizza Day.
mentioned.
It is Pizza Day, and I appreciate that. Especially because Doc bought today. You should have saw the cobwebs when he opened his wallet.
That's what that noise was.
Anyway, talk about the window again for parts. Closing, normal, same, what?
I think it's more of the same. I think we're just getting
Just
so
same,
used
same.
to it that it's
Nothing
normal
new.
anymore.
Yeah, I think a lot of the manufacturers and our vendors, they've just gotten used to, if we do inventory less, they're actually paying less in their taxes. So they're keeping things in strategic places and having them shipped in.
Yeah, they just learned that people will live with it.
Yep.
Okay. By the way, just as a side note, I was looking for a piece of tape to MacGyver my headphones. There's not a piece of tape in this building. In this entire building, there is not one piece of tape. Not one. How about a rubber band? Would that be asking for, like, world peace?
That's pretty high
A
tech.
rubber band. Certainly there's got to be a rubber band or a scungy. Scrungy.
Scrungy.
Isn't that scrungy? What do they call the thing for your hair?
Yeah, scrungy.
By the way, I do want to, on a serious note, I'm going to take Ray's call. I want to address the helicopter crash. Probably the only person in the media here in Denver that can do so with authority and credibility, since I've been flying helicopters for 21 years or 22 years, been flying fixed wings and other aircraft for 50 years. Yeah, 50 years. Hey, Ray, what's going on with you?
Hey, I want to know, what can you do about these tinted windows? All the windows are blacked out. You can't see nothing. And to me, it's unsafe. I don't like to be around vehicles like that. They got along.
A lot of them are tinted for crime. I mean, for drive-bys and stuff, but not most of them. But there are laws regarding window tinting. They're just not being enforced, just like most laws. In traffic, the only time they enforce a law is if they see me speeding.
Or going over the line.
Or a soccer mom. But I've seen people driving down the street with no tags. I mean, nothing, zero. And like Ray says, the windows tinted out. So what are the rules, on a serious note, what are the rules for tinting?
They said front windshield cannot be tinted. And then another
Not
thing
at
is
all?
No.
Not even that top strip like the sunshade?
No, that sunshade is different. Yeah, you can't tint the windshield, though.
Wow. Okay, so what about side windows? How dark can they be?
I'm not sure of the measurement, but it's
They have a certain
there is
way.
definitely a standard.
They
Yeah.
carry something with them.
Mm-hmm.
Ray, what can you do about it, though, if they're not going to enforce it? What can you do?
You need to call the police chief, need to call the mayor. It's a $500 fine the first time. The second time it's $5,000 fine. And no one doing anything. No one.
All right. Well,
Yeah, and I'm looking at it here.
Noted.
You can actually have them pretty dark in Colorado. So basically, they have to allow at least 27% of a natural light come through the window. That's basically all they really say about it.
27% only for the side windows.
Mm-hmm.
That's 27% of light, meaning 73%
yeah.
dark. 73% dark.
Yep.
Wow. Craig, okay, thank you for that, by the way, for bringing that to our attention. We will look into it. And Craig, what's going on with your brakes?
Yes, Tom.
What's going on with your brakes?
Well, it's actually my son's car. He took it to a independent facility that works specifically on Hondas and Acuras. Okay, they told him that it needed new rotors, but it did not need pads. That there
Wait.
was
New rotors, but not new pads. Why wouldn't you do both? That's so stupid.
That would be a disaster.
Pads are cheap. I mean, but so what he's saying is they're wearing abnormally, but they're not down to the markers. Is that what they're saying? So you can do the disc, put those old pads back on. How stupid would that be? Guys, weigh in on
That's
that.
a strange one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What makes the problem worse, they weren't even the right size pads. Now, he bought the vehicle used. He's owned it for a couple years. This particular independent facility has worked on his car before. So when he took it in to have the brakes done, after they told him that he could, he still had brake pad wear left, they did the rotors without doing the pads, like I said.
That's stupid.
Problem, to me, though, they're trying to put it on him. He's not very car oriented.
What do you mean? What do you mean they're trying to put what on him? What are they trying to put on him?
That they put on the invoice that he requested that they keep the old pads on, and then they made a note that the pads may wear unevenly or make noise because he didn't do the pads.
Mm-hmm. So when you say they put that on the invoice, they put that on his original invoice?
Yes. So then I drove it and felt a clunk in it, so we took it to somebody else for a second opinion, and he looked at the brakes and he says, he sent me a photo. The pads that are in there aren't even the correct size, so when he brakes, that pad is clanking back and forth within the caliper. So we took it back.
Kevin,
to the people that did brake.
No, but that's why, a real shop, Jesse and I were just talking, he just stepped out, but I would not do that job. I would refuse. No matter how much money a customer would offer me, that's just half a job. You can't do proper work.
Yeah, of course, that's stupid.
So
I heard one time a guy came in with his own
They
spark
wouldn't have allowed
plugs.
him out of there. Well, see, what I think they missed, they missed that the pads that were on the vehicle weren't even the right size.
Sure.
They indicated that he had 50% of the wear, but they completely missed the fact that they don't even fit properly. And my beef with them is, why did you allow him to go out of the facility that way without telling him, we won't do the work on this vehicle unless you do pads and rotors?
Yep, no, I agree. So that's a good reason to not go back.
So when I confronted him, he got hot at me on the phone, and to the point where I've had previous problems with this facility. My son, for whatever reason, had a loyalty to do business with them, and when I confronted him, why did you let him out of there this way? He got hot at me because he screwed me over on a repair previously. I gave him a bad review.
Yeah, but Ben, what does that have to do with this right now?
With my son's car, he jumped on my butt about a bad review I had left him and then refused to fix my son's car, so we had to take it somewhere else.
Okay. Well, that's a whole separate issue, bro. We got to go after him for that. I mean, what do you want us to do? Was that an answer?
Hello?
Yeah. What is
Hello?
Okay. I just can't hear.
No,
You know what?
I'm not hearing you either.
You're not hearing me?
Hello?
You're hearing me now. Okay, good. Okay. So, what do you want us to do?
Well, I'd like to give out a buyer beware to not go to this facility. I wanted to get your guys' opinion as to if you consider that to be shoddy. It's not what you would call
what do you
standard
think?
of the industry. To do brakes that way,
That's absolutely not a
Go and
standard.
just chime in there, bro.
All right. Tom, I hear the sound of a huge axe being ground.
That's what I was thinking.
And I would boil it down. I would boil Craig's call down to this. And this is kind of oversimplifying it, but to make my point is this. This shop did not babysit my son to the greatest extent possible. I think that if we look at the original work order, we'll see that Craig's son declined new pads, which is why they put that on the work order. And I think that's what's going on. And furthermore,
they completely, it took just one observation by somebody else to go, okay, they didn't do the pads, but they let him go out of there with the wrong size pads. Not only, the existing pads, but the pads that were on there weren't even the right size from a previous facility.
I understand. Craig, what does the original work order say? Does it say customer declined new pads? Oops.
No, I don't think he hung up. Hold on. I don't think he hung up here.
I think he got disconnected.
No, there he is. Craig, go ahead. No, he did, I guess. He's gone.
Craig, please call us back.
So what's your point there?
Oh, well, my point is...
Deputy D, by the way, talking.
So I predict that when the shop... Now, it would be great if Craig can email us the original work order, not the invoice.
Yeah.
And I predict that the shop says, hey, you need new rotors. Your brake pads are halfway down. And he declined, in order to save money, which is understandable, he declined the new pads.
Right.
And he should have gotten them. And I think Craig's position could be boiled down to, hey, they didn't babysit this job enough.
They should have told him.
Yeah.
Well, not so much told them. I mean, we would not have done the work.
Oh, no.
I would have put the
agree.
tires back on and put it out in the parking lot, say, come and get it.
Yeah, we had a guy one time, like I said, brought his own spark plug, said, here I have these spark plugs I found in my garage. You know, I mean, come on.
Yep.
There's certain customers you turn away. I've got to take a break. Want to tell you about One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage doors safety and beauty. They do garage doors and every part of the opener or the door itself, 24/7 service. All of their prices at the website. Here's the website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. The only company I use, 720-370-3987.
Yep.
God, was that rough with this. When cords go bad, you get them just in the right spot and they'll work. But I keep making a note. I need to put a new one in here. It's just this. Amazon sells these IFBs that I use for TV and radio. We used to pay $1,800. Amazon has. Oh wait. Is Jeff Vick around? I don't see him. I guess we can't do it. So we got a minute 20 to fill? Okay. I don't see Jeff anywhere.
Feeling stepchildish again?
Mark Szymanski's not there, is he? Okay, then I'm not doing the 120. I'll fill. The incompetence in that fucking room is fucking mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. He's the guy that'll get the job done if you want to buy or sell real estate. And I'll tell you what he's doing to show you what he can do. And that is, he's doing a free market analysis of your home and what it will sell for on the market. He'll go through each part of your house. He'll measure it. He'll do the neighborhood, the comps, the interest rates, the supply and demand, average homes on market. He's going to tell you what your house will sell for, and he does it with the utmost accuracy. If you're curious, 303-920-1622. No obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. All right. I would like to tell you about Denver Regen. Now, Denver Regen has helped me tremendously with stem cell therapy. They do stem cells. Yeah, you heard Mark talking about their weight loss supplement or weight loss drugs they do for pennies on the dollar. They also do really what I call pain-saving stem cells. DenverRegen.com. Fix It 24/7 will do a deep clean of your furnace or air conditioner. Of course, right now you want your air conditioner. Just $39 for up to 2 hours of service. Can you believe this? 2 hours. And they practically refurbish the entire system. FixMyHome.com, just $39 for new customers. FixMyHome.com. I love the sound of Discount Bath. Discount Bath, those words don't usually go together, but with DiscountBath.com, they certainly do. Here's what Discount Bath will do for you. They will price your project without ever coming to your home. All you have to do is take some video. Now, of course, they will come to the house if you want to call them. They're always ready to take your call, 720-979-2322. But better yet, if you go to discountbath.com, prove you're a person, and then you get that upload link where you can send video. And so you walk around the hallway bath or the bath in the basement that's roughed in, or the master bath or the Jack and Jill bath of the bedrooms, and you say, here's what I want to do. I want to put a walk-in shower here. Maybe I want to move the toilet here. I want to do a double vanity. They give you a price, and all price levels. You can do your fix and flip. You can do your rental home. You can do your dream home. DiscountBath.com. Did I do short? Was I short? What? Was I short or did I fill it up?
forget I get it from the Springs. I'm like, I should use the restroom. That's right. I sent him in the cover.
Yeah. That's my first stop when I get here. Are you kidding? Yeah. Coffee's done by then.
Oh man, dude, the drive is weird. It used to be about 2 hours. Now that the construction's done, it's an hour, give or take, depending on traffic. But going home, if I leave at 2, it's 2 hours.
Yeah.
Period.
It loads up quick.
I leave at 1:40, no problem. I'm home in an hour.
That's like coming from Lakewood here. If I leave
The earpieces are holding.
it takes 15 minutes long.
The MacGyver.
Don't say it out loud.
Long enough, like 9:20. It only takes me 20 minutes to get there.
Is the
If I
pizza
leave
yet?
at 9, it takes
Soon
me
enough.
45 minutes to get there.
You were the kid in the back of the car, weren't you? We there yet?
Stop.
We there yet?
Let's grab a drink, and then I'll roll over here. But I'm telling you, it used to be.
God, is this me? Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget the Castle Rock Home Show starting today at noon. Castle Rock Home Show. And I'm telling you, man, you really, really want this. It's a great show. And it's at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. And they have more than 400 people. I'm running down there tomorrow. Maybe hope to see you there. It's open today, tomorrow, and Sunday. CastleRockHomeshow.com for tickets. They're all free tickets, free parking. Now, I'll go to Craig. The issue with the we did that. What did we conclude on this thing with Craig and his son? Did he come back on? Craig, you're back up now, Craig.
He's gone.
Yes, Tom, real quick. I'll try to keep it.
I guess what they're
simple as
saying is you can't hold that shop responsible for what your son requested. Is that what it boils down to?
But please listen.
Yeah.
He goes in for a brake inspection. They tell him he needs rotors, but he has 50% left on his pads. So he assumes it's okay to leave those pads on there. They do note that there may be a problem with noise, but what they failed to recognize was the pads that were on there were the incorrect size.
Well, why should they? That was done by a previous shop, right?
Yeah, but he's bringing them in to get fixed at a shop, and they oversee, overlook. The fact
Okay,
that
so
those pads are too
let's
small.
examine that. This guy's not all wet. You take your car in for a brake inspection, and they say you have 50% pad left. You need rotors. But what I think what Craig is saying makes sense. Why didn't they say, oh, by the way, they're the wrong pads?
So we don't know what they said. All the paperwork says is that that the customer declined the brakes. They could have said, hey, we recommend you do pads and rotors. And then he's like, no, let's just do rotors.
Could it be that they did recommend that he needs new pads?
No, there's no notes of the pads being the incorrect size until we brought it back
Okay,
to
so
him,
let's...
and then because I brought it to his attention.
I got a game to play, and I call it Therefore. It's the Therefore game. So you got to fill in the blank, and I'm serious. So my son took his car in for a brake inspection. They said he needed new rotors. They said his pads had 50% brake life, but they failed to mention that they were the wrong pads. Therefore, fill in the blank. Therefore, Craig, fill in the blank.
They should have never done the brake service without insisting he do pads and rotors.
Therefore what? Therefore, he should get a full refund. Therefore, what? Therefore, what? What are you asking for?
They told him to bring it in. They would take care of the problem. And then when he brought it back, they said, it's going to cost you this much extra.
How much extra?
After saying that about 250 extra.
And was that for new pads? Because that would be apropos, no?
Yes, new pads. But then I mentioned to him, I said,
because they don't have to pay for his pads. Just because they didn't note it was the wrong pad, they don't have to buy him new ones. Guys, is $250 high for new pads?
If they're just going to put pads on the rotors they already put on there, that may be a little. If they're going to help the guy out, $100.
And maybe they're saying, hey, we'll do the rotor.
What was it on them that they didn't note the pads were oversized?
I think it's on them for doing half a job to start with.
We just had this conversation this morning.
All right, what about you, Dimitri? What do you want to say?
Well, what I want to say is that this issue hinges on what's written on the work order.
Yeah.
Because if the customer declined new pads, does the shop really then have a responsibility to examine the existing pads and see if they're the right pads? Or do they just go on with their life and say, okay, the guy wants his old pads
I don't know.
back
I think
in?
with a brake inspection, if they had the wrong pads on there and he declined pads, maybe they should have made a note that, we're doing the job, but you got wrong pads.
Anything safety related, the shop takes responsibility.
Are they willing to do anything right now? What are they willing to do right now?
No, we had to take it somewhere else. This is why I'm calling.
Okay.
They didn't know. They completely missed the fact. If they go to the extent to measure the thickness of the pad.
No, I get it. If they went to the extent to measure the thickness, why didn't they mention they were the wrong ones? And the answer is I don't know. But what do they owe you because of it? That's what I'm trying to get from you. What do you think they owe you?
We've already had the work done because they refused.
No, I know. So, but what part of that work do they owe you? I'm trying to get a number from you, Craig. What do they owe you?
They don't owe us anything because they dropped the ball from the word go, and I don't want people going there.
Okay. And what's the name of the place again? You have a right to say that. Go ahead.
Gaylord's Garage.
Gaylord's Garage.
Honda.
Wait,
Acura.
That's an old garage. Hasn't that guy been around forever? Gaylord's Garage.
The shop has. I don't know if it's
Yeah. Gaylord's. We never get complaints about them. Okay. I'm sorry it happened, bro. We got to move on though. He brings up a good point. Suzanne, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. What's going on, Suzanne?
Oh, hi. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Yes, Suzanne. What's going on?
I'm a little nervous. Okay. Well, first of all, why I'm calling is because I'm a divorced mom of 3. I work a lot, about 65 hours a week, and I live paycheck to paycheck. So this is really important. Whatever happens, this is why I really need to make the right move here.
Okay.
So thank you so much. Okay. So this involves my daughter's car, which she bought for $5,000 with her own money, and it's a 2010 Volkswagen Tiguan, and it has about 120,000 miles.
Did anyone help her buy that car?
Just me.
Did you have it checked out?
No, but the man who we bought it from works on, that's all he owns are Volkswagens.
Okay.
And,
well, he fixes and flips them. That's what he does. I'll bet you. But anyway, let's get to the problem here. No. Let's just talk about it. What's the problem, dear? What can we do for you?
Okay. So the check engine light came on. Drove it for just a little
when
bit.
did she buy it first? Let's get that. When did she buy it?
So about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. 2 years ago. Got it. So now the check engine light came on recently.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And
then what
drove
happened?
It just for a little bit.
Okay.
It just kind of started shaking then. Not exactly sure how to describe it. We both witnessed it and sat in the car, and it was just kind of shaking. It was very rough.
Yeah, it was.
So
does she do regular maintenance, oil changes, adding oil and all that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what happened?
that.
So engine light comes on and it starts shaking. Then what happens?
Okay, so we had a guy who we had talked with before. His name is Marcus. He works for Brake Plus. So I called him and had it towed over there, and he has worked on Volkswagens for about 25 years. And so we felt pretty confident. And everyone at Brakes Plus, if a VW comes in, they refer it to him, and he works for them. Okay, so had it towed over there. He spent several days on it. The charges are about $1,600.
Well, the car's not okay. The car's not worth it. But what did they do for $1,600? Well, keep going. Now, first, keep going for your story.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so they replaced. He ran a diagnostic, and the main problem was the manifold. So he replaced that, and then
what else?
At the same
as long as you're listing repairs,
coils.
what are the main categories of repairs? Manifold. What else?
Spark plugs, coils.
That's all.
Yes.
And a tune-up, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Plugs and coils. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, of course it
but
did.
The problem is that it still is misfiring, and so the car is inoperable.
Is it doing the same exact thing it did before he did the repairs?
It sounds like it.
Okay, so hold on. Jesse Schillinger, what do you think, Honest Accurate Auto, what was the shaking, do you think, to begin with?
It's hard to say, but definitely a misfire. Now, you're saying it's still doing it. Did you guys pick it up and it was still doing it when you picked it up, or it stopped and now it's come back?
No. So just one more quick sentence or two is that he suggested that I tow it have it towed to a place called Hardy Motor Works, and they're in Parker. And so I went over there before I had it towed, and a man there said that they will not take the car, and even if they did take the car, that they would take everything out that was replaced.
Yeah, nobody wants to inherit an old problem. Right. But why did this guy say take it somewhere else? I would have said to him, wait a minute. I paid $1,600. What do you mean take it somewhere else? What do you mean take it somewhere else?
He said that they don't have the proper tools.
For what? Did he say what was wrong with it? Did he say what was wrong with it? Did you even need that $1,600? What's that?
He said it has to do probably with the belt, with the timing.
With the timing chains. The timing chains.
Okay, now, is it irretrievable or irreparable?
No, it's repairable, but he shouldn't have gone as far as he did in charge of that.
So, in other words, that $1,600 may not have been needed.
Right.
The intake manifold, what the hell was he thinking?
It had a vacuum leak, probably.
So, I mean, she should get some of that money back.
He was just hunting. He was just
shooting. Doc, don't you agree she should get some of that money back? She paid $1,600. She may not have needed it. Still turns out she has another problem, which is a timing chain.
Well, he's going to argue that he did the work.
That's right. That's exactly right.
But that's why the other shop's denying taking this car, because they want it back to normal before they get it. They don't want
now
what
listen,
he's doing.
Doc, would you be willing to call the guy and say, look, what's up?
Yeah, I'll ask him if he'll refund some of the money.
Yeah, man. Okay, $1,600. Go ahead.
But I have not paid. I haven't paid yet.
Good.
Then have him put it back to normal and get your car
let's
back.
call him and ask how he feels about the repair anyway, Doc, even though she didn't pay.
The car?
I got to take a break. 303-713. Hold on, okay? Don't go away. Suzanne, we're on your side here. 303-713-8255. We got more coming up.
You can't charge somebody like that. Like you.
And we'll say that now that she's at Hardee's, she's in a good place.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know Hardy, but
He's been around forever, and he's
doing it the right way.
Yes.
He doesn't want the
I want to diagnose. He wants to diagnose.
Hardee's is a very good garage.
He's telling her, put it back.
Gaylord is?
Take it back.
Hardee's.
Is that what this is?
Where she's got the car now?
No, he won't take it.
No, I know, but that's who she was referred to.
Yeah. But that's the question I always ask people.
So, did she actually find out it was the timing belt?
No, she doesn't know yet.
He thinks that. He's telling
the
me he can't do
Volkswagen
that.
expert.
Yeah.
What's the name of that place that he's at?
Brakes Plus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Volkswagen expert.
There's your level of expert.
Wait. No. Brakes Plus did $1,600. Oh,
that's who this is.
And that's what they do. They take it in and they throw plugs and coils and injectors at it, and then they throw their hands up.
We don't know what's wrong.
We don't know.
You need to pay us for this.
Yeah. And then we get
Hold on, guys. FixMyHome.com. Remember that website. It's for Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com. Yeah, they look to fix, not to replace. That's what they do. And they guarantee 100% satisfaction. And I hold them to it, and I use them at my home. That's FixMyHome.com, including the $39 Extreme Clean for your AC. Get it done now before the real heat hits. FixMyHome.com. What does the Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies do? Well, they're the Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. What they do is help you plan for retirement and then coach you through retirement. We mean they look at your IRAs, your Roths, your 401ks, whatever pensions you have. They try to put together a plan on what you're going to do with it, how you're going to protect it, and how it's going to be income. Then they help you with wills and probate and estate planning. And not that they do that, but they have referrals for that. And then they also help you when it comes to maybe selling your business or passing it on to a family member. Retirement Planning Center. They customize their services for you. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211.
Hey, there's an FU in there for you.
There's what?
On the call screen here, it says Chrissy.
It says FU.
So he's thinking they're talking about you.
Yeah.
We're being good.
That's not the worst thing that will be said to me today.
Thank you, sir. I can't growing up top, so I'm growing in the back.
Yep.
Yeah, but your ass wasn't what we were planning on.
I guarantee she had other codes in that Volkswagen.
Oh, hell yeah.
I guarantee there was cam codes
Isn't it
or
cute?
time in advance codes.
Isn't it cute that all the Brakes Plus people send all the Volkswagens to Trevor? Like, oh my God.
That's how they smooze these people over, though. And then they get to this point, why should she pay?
Yeah.
Like, I had another Audi come in, same thing. He went to a local shop, and they referred him to us, and he comes over, and he had spent $8,000 over there.
Yeah.
I'm like, did you spin this? He's like, yeah, but it still doesn't run right. Why did you spin this? Because I'm going to take all this out. You put an aftermarket fuel pump in, you put an aftermarket line in. I want all this to be Audi.
Yep.
So I'm going to charge you all over again. You need to go back and have him put the stuff back in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't understand.
Because that's the argument I have with people. You paid him $1,800 to not fix it.
Right.
And you're bitching at me for $900 to fix it? I mean, what the hell?
But he already did all that. No, he didn't.
Yeah.
He put cheap-ass parts in there trying to get you working, and it's even worse now. Yeah. Have you noticed that it got worse? Yeah, I used to be able to drive all day. Now I can only drive 5 feet. Okay, so it's worse, you dumb skull. God, man. God.
No, these Brakes Pluses and all these others are just
so tough.
All right.
When we get electrical stuff that's they refer,
yeah.
First thing I ask them is, did they work on it?
Please work.
And it's like, what? Did they actually work on it? Have they tried
what
to
works
fix
and what
it?
doesn't? Hey,
What
man,
difference does that make?
hunting.
It's
It's
like
over.
double, triple the
Right?
estimate.
Anything happening? Don't we have doves coming up?
No, that's not going to be coming up until fall.
Oh, what am I thinking? What season is now?
I think they're just now finishing up. I think the white goose conservation season just ended, so you're pretty much.
There's not much going on.
You've got spring turkey, coyotes and rattlesnakes is about it.
Yep.
So
Better watch out, D.
How about
Spring
gang
turkey
members?
season.
Oh,
He's a spring turkey, that mother.
Shoot MS3 guys.
What's that?
Wouldn't it be cool to have an MS3, MS13 open season? Just shoot those fuckers.
It's a little bit more challenging because they shoot back.
Yeah. Well, not if you use a sniper rifle.
All right, guys.
So yeah, they just closed the big game application April 2nd, I think it was.
I want to know what this
When does that
Douglas
come
County-
up for season? August?
It'll be late August, early September. It opens up archery.
I got my tag here, my 26. No, but do you know how many out-of-date tags I see all the time?
Everywhere. Yeah.
My guys drive them and ask me, how am I supposed to drive this car? I need to do a road test, and it's expired. My guys always look. And I tell them, take the service order with you, so you have the repair order that they dropped it off and we're driving it. But yeah, we see 5 or 6 a day in our shop. Damn it. Like, why is my fucking computer doing that?
Yep.
They don't care.
They don't.
Just don't
They don't
care.
get stopped, so why care? And you know, if they don't have
one's
plates, they don't
enforcing.
have insurance.
Yep. Exactly how I feel.
Probably why they don't.
Actually, I know somebody who
Guys.
has places.
Guys. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-12, 713-255. Wow. You know, what happens when car places do repairs you don't need? But they try to go after the problem. And you do get the service. You do get the part, but it's not what you went in for. I often used to say, not often, used to say, I still say it too, that you can create a mini contract with your repair invoice. If they said we're going to replace, in this case, they replace the spark plugs, coils, and manifold. You can put down to correct this, and this. You can do that on an invoice, and then they put their money where their mouth is. Many shops hunt and peck. Kevin, explain what you've seen with some of these chain operations.
Well, this is exactly what we see. They all come in with misfire issues, and they all come in with new plugs, coils, and injectors. And then they throw their hands up, and they say,
and then
"Gotta
say,
take
what
it."
else?
Yeah, and now we got to be mechanics. Now you got to figure it out. But you can't hope that they did it right either. That's the challenge.
They're all right for repair, for remove and replace, if it's if they find the right thing. But finding it's the key. What I want to know is, why would they have done this without checking all the other elements?
Because they don't have the equipment. He said that to her. They don't have the tools to check the other things.
I mean, timing, that's basic, isn't it?
Not on a timing chain. You have to go into it. Yeah, you need
to check
specific.
the timing of a car. You don't have to go into anything.
It's internal. You got to start pulling covers off to inspect.
Well, and like Jesse was saying too during the break, the odds are it wasn't just misfire codes she had in there. She probably had cam codes or some other codes that would have led you down that path.
But is there a code that would have indicated timing?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And if they knew how to read it, they would have said, "Oh, this is a timing issue." I think they threw repairs at her she didn't need, thinking, "Look, at least we'll get some money out of this woman."
Hope for the best.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know the situation at Brakes Plus anymore. They used to be family-owned and operated. Larry used to be in charge, and his sons. I don't know who's got it now or what's going on. I can't say we get an abundance of complaints about them, but we're certainly going to have Deputy Doc look into this one. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now let's go to Christy has an update. I want to go to Jan. She's been waiting longest. Jan, and then I'll go to Christy. Thank you. Jan, let's talk to you. What's going on, Jan?
Hey, Tom. Tom, it's Jan.
Yeah?
I'm a guy.
What's happening?
Got it?
I have a problem with Wheels America.
Wheels America. What is Wheels America?
So they're kind of they're a firm that the insurance companies go to on car claims. They refurb OEM wheels.
Okay.
So let's say you got a crash and you got to replace an OEM wheel, and then the insurance company will get a refurb from them.
Okay, and they're called
Wheels America.
Got it. Okay, so tell me what's going on.
So I have a vehicle where the OEM wheels were getting pretty trashed. So I ordered 3 of the refurbs from them, and they give you a credit.
Now, are you an individual that just wanted to replace your wheels? What's the story with you?
Correct. That's me. I'm an individual that just wanted to get some refurb wheels on my OEM car.
I gotcha.
And so I took the original wheel off the spare tire, and that was one of the 4, and then I ordered 3 refurbs from Wheels America.
Got it.
And when you get those, they send you the wheels, and then you can throw them in the boxes, and they give you free shipping, return, and they give you a credit for the old wheels.
So it's an exchange.
Exactly. Yeah, but I said, I obviously bought 3 wheels that were refurbed.
Got it.
Anyway, they give you a lifetime warranty.
Yeah.
On wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, I've had them a while, and now they're.
When did you order these?
I don't know, a couple of years ago.
Okay, and so what's wrong with them that would be covered under their warranty?
They're crazing. Whatever it's like, if it's clear coat. I don't know what the processes they use, but there's like a crazing. It's all spider web on the.
How long is the warranty? Did you say?
Lifetime.
But what is it a lifetime warranty against?
Structural work.
Well, that's why I'm calling.
Well, did you read the lifetime? The lifetime warranty. Go ahead.
Yeah, I sent this in. I wrote this up, sent this in. I sent you guys.
I'm looking at it. I'm going to look at it right now. I have your email, so let me look at it.
Their website says guaranteed on structural work and finished work as well.
So finish would be the crazing. If the clear coat is crazing, it's probably the clear coat, don't you think?
Yep. I would assume.
That's what I'm thinking.
Or when they baked it didn't go correct.
Who diagnosed it, Jan? Just you yourself?
I did, yes.
And what do they say to you?
I sent the pictures in. I said, hey, here's the problem with the wheel, and you have the warranty. What do I do? And they came back and said, no, it's not covered by warranty. And I said, well, what does the warranty cover? And they gave me like 4 reasons, which is in that email.
Now, do you see the pictures here, guys? That little, to me, that looks like road wear. I mean, is road wear different? But look at that. He's calling that crazing. I'm calling that gravel. I mean, I don't see it crazing. It would be crazing on this part, too, in the center. It's only on the absolute edge of the rim where you might be driving. Guys, but here's what I want to ask. I want Jan to be covered, but are road conditions covered? we're all looking at this photo, and if you want to picture it, it's a picture of a photo, and it looks like a bunch of rock scratches around the edges, but the middle's not crazed at all.
Rock.
So that tells me it's the road doing it. Listen, I'm not disputing with you that it definitely is wearing. My question is, is it a guarantee against road rash? That's what that is, in my opinion. First of all, do you guys agree it's road rash or not? I mean,
it kind of looks like a rub on it. Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's a defect in the finish, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because the fact that the middle's not defective is, I'm sure, what they're arguing. It's not defective all the way through.
Did they give you a reason for the rejection? Because I see your email here. I just don't have time to read live on the air all of it. Did they actually? Did they give you a reason?
No, yeah, I mean, I'm not looking at it, Tom, but they gave me like 4 reasons. Whatever, but I'm telling you, it's not road rash, okay? There's a picture of the OEM wheel that was installed at the same time of their 3, and that has 0 of that on it.
You're saying the finish did not hold up. It is road rash. What you're saying is the finish didn't hold up.
The finish didn't hold up. It's not road rash. The other 3 wheels all have the same
we're both saying the same thing, except one thing's different. It absolutely, positively is coming from the road because of where it is. You can trace that. Why? Then tell me, why isn't the rest of the wheel crazing? Why is it only crazing around the very edge where the tire meets the road?
No, there's more. It goes beyond the edge of the wheel. I didn't send you pictures of the other 2, but it goes beyond the edge.
All right.
The car's never been on gravel.
Either it's road rash or it's not. But see, here's what I'm saying to you. Even if it is road rash, you can make the argument that the finish did not hold up, and that's what your guarantee is. Yeah. Even if it is road rash. To argue with those people about what it is, if they want to get technical, doesn't matter. Your finish did not hold up. Did you look at exclusions?
No, I don't have the list of, I just wrote back.
I'm looking at your email. In your email, did you leave me a copy of the entire warranty?
I don't have the copy of the entire warranty.
Okay. Look at guys.
Just say lifetime warranty. Doesn't matter who did. Yada yada. So it's pretty open ended.
Hey Jan.
And I was
Jan.
Yes.
Hey, while they're looking at your photos, you said that the denial letter listed 4 reasons that they denied the warranty claim. What were those 4 reasons?
That's what I said. I don't have this pulled up, and that's why I put it all together and emailed that.
All right, I got to take a break. Hold on, I got to take this break.
Got to read that email. We got to read that email to see what it is. Because those 2 pictures he's got, one's his wheel that says it is OE and it's not doing it, and the other one is doing it.
So the one that was refinished wasn't refinished properly.
Right, I agree.
But why the fuck this guy is... It's not a factory crazing. It would go on the whole finish. It would not happen. It's so obvious. Look at the pictures.
I want to see.
They do have a lot of exclusions.
Okay, I want to go over them.
That's what we want.
I want to go over them.
Yep. I want to see his email too.
Yeah, there are 4 reasons they denied. And it's really...
Can you see them?
I don't have that email.
Oh.
But he wouldn't tell us...
Well, it's in the email.
I don't know what the 4
Is it in the email?
I don't know.
If you want to forward it to me,
yeah,
I'll read it.
There you go.
Oh, I'll be happy to read it.
I just can't do it live. Let me do that. Let me just do these first. I love talking about home investors. They have been advertising with me for years. They will buy your house. That's the short story. They will buy your house. Call them, ask them how much your house is worth. They'll give you a price. Now, of course, if maybe you list it and fix it up and get the home inspections and all of that, you may get some more money. But some people don't want inspections, loan approvals. They don't want to haggle. They just want to sell. They may not want to lift a finger for a repair. Whatever it is, call Home Investors, see what they offer. All you have to do is say no. So if you don't like it, you say no. And that's Home Investors, 800-44-BUYER. And for those from Arkansas, I'll spell that, 44-BUYER. That's 800-44-BUYER. And I'm just kidding about the Arkansas thing. Hey, you know what I love? Zero Res Denver, because it is good for your carpets and good for your health. No other carpet cleaners say that. You know what Zero Res does? They use This softened, super alkaline, purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature. For God's sakes, it can erode away anything in the world. It can certainly take the dirt, grime, and pathogens and allergens out of your carpet, including the crap from previous cleanings. Your carpets look new and feel new. That's the important part. Plus, safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. They also do ductwork and flat work, anything in your house that's like tile and grout. They can do upholstery. They can do mattresses. You need Zero Res, not only for how beautiful they clean, but for how healthy it is. We have enough pollutants, right? Let's just get Zero Res now. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150, 471-5150.
That first line, they can get away with anything. The first line is exclusion. Corrosion or damage due to inadequate cleaning or care.
Well, even then, accidents or road hazards, this is damage caused by accidents, potholes, or other road conditions.
Oh, you went to a car wash.
Other
Yeah,
road
that's
conditions.
inadequate. That takes you right off the list. Like they covered their butt right there.
Oh my God, Trump. I love Trump. Dude, he might do it every daylight savings.
I saw that too.
That's the best news I had. That's news that'll affect me personally.
It costs too much. Who cares why? Just get rid of it. I don't care why.
Well, it's so asinine.
Who cares? Just
He's
stop
like
doing
rocking it this time, man. Trump 2.0. But watch what you say, because Dimitri is a progressive.
What?
Bleeding heart progressive liberal.
I'm going to spit on your pizza.
So he doesn't agree with everything that Trump says? Is that what you're trying? Sorry, Dimitri. We don't talk about political at work, so it's all good.
No.
What is that element they need for the batteries?
Trump than any one of them.
What, the lithium?
Lithium?
Yeah.
Is it the natural, is that the rare earth they need?
That's
Can you imagine you buy this giant lot and it's all lithium?
Oh, yeah. Well, part of the problem is you can't mine it in this country the way it needs to be mined.
Why?
EPA.
EPA.
You know, because you got to dig up a lot to get to it.
Yeah. Ruin the environment. Or change the environment. Sorry.
Or
Once
there's
you
got to
change
be
it, you
some
ruin
kind of
everything.
balance.
Yeah.
You would think.
Is it bad for the ground, they're saying, or bad for us?
They just don't like mining, period. So I'm sure it's a lot to do with nonsense, but.
Any change.
And lithium mines are actually pretty
You know what?
dirty.
What he
There's a
really
very,
needs to
very dirty
do,
business.
what Trump really needs to do, is change the deep state. So when he's gone, it doesn't all go back to bullshit.
Make it more permanent.
Now, see, we got to start convincing people like Deputy Doc not to be liberal and progressive, to come over to our side.
I was never liberal.
Just progressive.
No, we are.
I tell the story. I was neither. But then I was labeled liberal when I was younger with these same exact beliefs I have now, and they turned into conservative. Isn't that weird?
Leaning towards MAGA.
Like, no, I swear to God, I didn't change my core philosophies or beliefs, but the world around me called me liberal. Now they're calling me conservative.
Look at Bill
I wanted
Maher.
free speech. That was liberal back then. Now it's conservative.
Look at Bill Maher.
And
example, right?
liberals love government controlled speech. They want to control everything. I was against Big Pharma. I was a liberal, right? Now I'm against Big Pharma. I'm a conservative because, they say follow the science. They say follow the science. Except, guess what? When it comes to transgender, they're not following
There's
the
no
science.
science to it.
Follow the science when it's convenient.
When it's convenient, that's the bigger one.
Are we on the top of the hour break?
Not yet.
Okay,
2 minutes.
Let's talk to these guys.
2 minutes or less.
Okay.
Get somebody in trouble now.
Tom Martino here. I don't know how much time I have, but we looked at the warranty. Uncle Kevin, we looked at the guy's wheel warranty. Let me bring Jan up. Jan, did you read the exclusions in the warranty? Let's do the first one is what?
First one says corrosion or damage due to inadequate cleaning and care.
So all they have to
That's
say,
pretty wide open.
all they have to say is, well, you didn't take care of it.
You didn't clean them right.
Did you wax them? Did you keep a protective coating on there? Inadequate. What's inadequate cleaning or care? What's the next exclusion?
Damage caused by potholes, curbs, or other road conditions.
Road conditions excluded. What else?
Then it goes into pretty obvious stuff: racing, modifications, improper installation.
So, Jan, they just cut themselves out of every kind of claim you might have.
That's exactly right.
Listen, no, really.
What they came back with, they said it excludes chrome, road hazard, salt, and weight.
Oh, that's
go.
exactly what they say.
Exactly what they're saying.
That's what they're saying. They're consistent with what's written. So if that's what's written and you bought it and you've had them a few years, it doesn't cost a lot to refurbish those. It really doesn't. There are a lot of wheel places in town that do a really good job.
But when they say lifetime, that's deceiving.
Yeah, but I know it's deceiving as hell, especially when the first exclusion is when we don't think you took care of them.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, you didn't take care of them. What do you mean? Well, we don't know, but you didn't take care of them. Jan, refurbishing. I would look into it. What do they usually cost? I recall that they were like $300. You get.
They're not even that much.
Not even.
It just
because
depends.
What they do is they take a fine shaving off the top sometimes.
Pretty slick what they do.
They polish the hell out of them. You can change the texture from smooth to polished or brushed, which makes for easy maintenance and it doesn't show all the road scars. Anyway, look into that. I'm Tom Martino.
All right, so I spoke to the guy at Brakes Plus.
Yeah.
And he said, here's the deal. They ran a code, they thought it was an intake manifold, so they put a new manifold on. That didn't work, so they put in plugs in a coil.
Well, when it didn't work, what did they do about the manifold?
No, it still showed up a random misfire. Mm-hmm. So they put in coil and plug.
But they admit the manifold didn't work. I don't mean to keep interrupting.
Okay.
But they admit that.
Well, they said it was still. There
They
was
needed
something more. There was more than just the manifold.
Okay, got it.
So they put in plugs and coils.
Right.
They did not charge her for it.
Okay.
They also did not charge her for diagnostic fee.
Okay.
The only thing they charged her for was the manifold, and he still says it's showing a random misfire.
So he believes no matter what, it needed that manifold.
Right.
We would need a whole list of codes, not just random misfire, because I guarantee there's more codes.
Go, keep going, Doc.
So they didn't charge her for the labor of the coils and plugs. They didn't charge her diagnostic fee, and so he said the work they did.
$1,600?
Look just the manifold.
Look up a
and the labor.
manifold,
How much is
somebody.
the manifold on that?
He's going to look at it. 2010 Volkswagen Tiguan. $1,600.
And they said that
but
Next Auto Care can take care of Volkswagen problems, and that's where they recommend she have it towed. You guys know anything about them? Next.
I don't know who they are.
Don't know.
Hardee's, she's going to Hardee's, she's in a good place.
yeah, but Hardee's is going to want the OEM equipment back in there.
She's independent or chain?
Yeah,
He's an independent, but
How do you know them, Jeff?
I was going to say,
She's
Jeff,
been around Parker area forever.
So that's where she should have it
I
towed.
want to have World Pack on
Yeah,
my
that's what she
phone.
even mentioned.
I think
I
I do.
don't.
I used to. Let me see.
Hardee's,
Douglas County Diesel still down there.
HARD.
No, they got busted down in Castle Rock. They got busted big time for multiple things. I seem to remember that there was some drug charges as
Fine
well.
Hearts. Boom, I got it.
But
Hold up.
at one point, I think there was some and don't quote me on the drug charges. I may be
And
thinking somebody else on that.
aftermarket, they're
But there was
probably.
some tax problems, and then
What are you looking at?
He actually went back in because
Well, that's not for a Tiguan though. You know how they.
And he went back
where I
and
can
spliced
get
off
in.
somebody else's
I'm in
tap
here.
back in
What's going on here?
in order to turn his power
Catalog.
back on, and so got himself in a
2010.
world of hurt.
AutoZone's showing it for $500.
That's what I was thinking.
That's
More like
70.
6. is what I was
She
thinking.
already knows who
So
they
they're
are.
charging you
Okay.
for the part.
That's where she
plus,
said she was going to
plus,
take.
to try to get some money back.
I have a doctor's appointment at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Tiguan.
Well, I thought it was 9:15.
What did we say? It was intake manifold?
That's what they said.
What did you call
Right there.
Yeah.
I've got to look on my portal.
I'm pretty sure it's 9:15, Tom.
Okay, here's what I want to ask you. Okay.
That's not a terrible price.
What,
I was ready for
1600?
surgery.
Yeah.
The tumor shrunk.
To have your car back running the same as it was?
They see spots on the liver.
Yeah,
And they say, we're not going to do surgery while there's spots on the liver because that could be cancer. And we're not going to open
Same thing happened. The exact same thing happened to me.
So here's what they said.
I would be
Right.
in this. Like, if my guy did
Yes,
biopsy.
yes.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Your car's still
I show up to the biopsy, and you know what happened?
Or if I wanted to
They're
take my
looking,
part
and they
back,
say,
I'd
we
take
have
it off.
nothing to
That's
biopsy.
correct,
The liver
correct.
is clear.
Yeah.
Now, this is a 2-week period.
Yes, I know
The liver
labor,
is
but-
completely clear. How can it be clear?
There's no way.
So now, so here's what happens. So they say, this is great news.
There's no way.
And so I leave.
$1,600
Then I get a call today saying, this is too fishy. We need another one to be definitive. So they're sending me to a higher one. But why are they doing that? Why aren't they believing the ultrasound doctor?
Because
she was ready to do it. Right then, I was on the table, but they couldn't find it. And they
Right.
said, there's no reason to biopsy something that's not there.
Right. So it could be
CYA.
Different
They're
resolution.
covering their ass.
Get a response on my disappeared.
It could be.
Disappeared.
They're covering their ass. That's what they're doing.
How are they coming their ass?
Well,
That's good news. That's not
It is good news.
Tom, it could be the resolution of the ultrasound machine is different.
It is.
Or it could
They're sending
be.
me to a higher resolution.
Yeah. Or
So-
hopefully it's an angioma. Because that's exactly what happened to me with my liver cancer.
They showed up and then went away.
Well, no. They weren't tumors. They were an angioma.
Right.
You know what that is, right? So it could be a small angioma that just disappeared, which is hopefully what it is.
Well, he thought it was from my infection. There were little pockets of what do you call it, something. What do they call it? Anyway, but in any case, they cleared. So yesterday, the surgeon says, "Great news. We're not doing any biopsies because you don't have any spread. It's like, and it's shrunk and it's small and it's all by itself." Then today they call me and say, "Well, we need to get you in for another one." It's like they don't believe it because 2 weeks ago there were 3 big spots. All I know is this: I'm scheduled for the 28th.
And it's better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I'm scheduled for the 28th of April. 10 fucking days.
Where at?
in the hospital. 10 days.
Why?
Where are you going? Where?
I wonder why you need.
Anschutz is where I get my surgery.
I wonder why you need 10 days.
Here's why. I have an epidural that they're going to keep in, and they're going to wean me off it over 10 days.
Right.
So it's for pain, only pain. They said that without the epidural, I wouldn't be able to stand the pain.
Really?
Wow.
So over 10 days, I get weaned off the epidural, and then this is the funny part. They say I go home and convalesce for 6 weeks. I swear to God.
If you convalesce for
No,
but
I haven't been through this shit. But
I'll give you 6
my
hours.
told me,
Yeah.
and
No, you'll be able to.
I was walking around that night.
When you get home, you'll be able to do the show.
Good, because you went through a similar.
Yeah. So, Jesse, what were you saying? I'm sorry. I didn't mean
So, no, you're fine. I didn't want to interrupt him. So,
I just thought of something I was curious about. I was nervous about.
we can buy a real intake manifold Volkswagen
Yep.
for how much? For $200. So $1,600.
They charged her for the plugs and the coils.
Yeah,
They didn't.
even if they went Volkswagen list, it's $416.16.
There you go. List on
There's
And then it's
it. I would assume $500.
just shy,
and it's
just
a
shy of 4
2-hour
hours
job,
labor.
So even 400 or 500 labor.
And the guy that other place wants the old, real Volkswagen one back on. That's what he's asking for them
Yep.
to do. And if it was my shop and my guy made a mistake, it happens. We put all the stuff back on and we give them their car back.
Or
That's
leave
it.
the stuff on and send them.
Or
Either one.
leave the stuff. Yeah, you're right. But
that's they left the plugs in the coil.
But they all need to be rechecked because they're all, I guarantee you, AutoZone
they're
aftermarket.
and
They're not.
it could still be a simple spark plug, but they're putting cheap ones in. Either way, $1,600 is unrealistic for an
Too
intake
much.
manifold. That's
But he's not going to change it.
Well, he should because he screwed up. The Volkswagen expert at
then
Brakes
he
Plus.
should charge her the $500 that it truly is, because we can go to Volkswagen and buy it.
Well,
You get the Volkswagen dealer to swap it for under $1,000.
well, she's going to take it to Hardee's. I guess that's the only thing she can do. You can't force them to reduce the price.
You can't force them, but you can call them out for bullshit. That's all I would do is like $1,600 is all the other parts added back into the job. So he
Is
didn't
that
do
really,
anything for
is
free.
that Brakes Plus, Doc? Is that who you talk to, Brakes Plus? Or
His name is Kevin.
you called already? So he.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Don't forget, right now, in about an hour, the Castle Rock Home Show opens. Unbelievable, 400 or more vendors in 2 giant indoor buildings. Come rain or shine, they'll have it. Free parking, free tickets, castlerockHomeshow.com. Troubleshooter.com. You know, I love that more than the one in Denver, and I'll tell you why. It's wide open. You don't have to deal with downtown or the stock show area. This place is wide open in beautiful Douglas County Fairgrounds, and they have. You can just take your time and walk around, and it's CastleRockHomeShow.com, and you'll have such a good time. I hope to see you there tomorrow. Anyway, let's keep going here. So today's car day, I have Kevin Calkin with me from Sheridan Auto Tech, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, and Jesse Schillinger drove up from Colorado Springs, Honest, Accurate Auto. And thank you all for being here. We've been talking about what happens when you do repairs, and I just want to put it out there, okay? I have always said when you take an older car in, or a car that has multiple problems, or a car that has a problem, any one of them, it could be you come in with a symptom. You come in with something happening. That's what usually brings a consumer to a repair shop. They hear a rattle. They feel a bump. They have a knock. They have a weird vibration. Something makes them go into the shop. The shop looks around, and it could be that the shop recommends things they do need, but it will not cure the problem they came in for. But they say something like, well, you need this and you need this. The consumer doesn't often ask, will that correct this or this? You see, I don't know what mechanics think. So you have a car that comes in and it needs multiple items. Mm-hmm. Do you tell people, look, I know you came in for this knock, but it also needs this, which may or may not fix the knock?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, we do a full vehicle inspection report, and we explain to the customer that all this stuff doesn't need to be handled now, but we do this to make sure we're both safe.
So, but what if what you do doesn't fix the problem? So my scenario is this: if it needed it anyway, and they consented to it, and you disclose it may or may not fix the problem, I think you're in the clear. But what do you think in general when you do a repair? Because this has happened to all of us. I mean, all of you. If you do a repair that did not fix the problem, what do you do?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, you mentioned bumps and clunks. I can't tell you how many vehicles I've gotten into. We're driving down the road. We hear 3 different noises.
So what do you do?
You actually have to get the customer in the car with you to identify which noise is it you're looking for me to fix.
Okay, so if you do a repair and it doesn't fix it, what?
If I recommended it and it didn't, if I told them I didn't know it was going to fix it, but you need it done anyway, then that was a fair repair.
That's different, right?
You know, if I did it and I said, yes, this is going to take care of your complaint, well, I mean, I kind of have to eat that. I was the one that recommended it.
Do you feel the same way, guys?
Absolutely.
So then, Deputy Doc, what did Brakes Plus say? These guys are saying if they recommended it and it needed it, they said, and it doesn't fix the problem, they would eat it. But if they said, look, this may or may not, or you need this anyway, that's a different story. What did they say at Brakes Plus about the repair?
They said that they threw a code that was the manifold. They replaced that. It was still showing a random misfire. They put in spark plugs and coil. That didn't fix it. They didn't charge her for the diagnostic. They didn't charge her for the coil and spark plug, either product or labor. And he felt that what they did was worth $1,600.
They said what they did was worth $1,600 and she needed it anyway.
Right.
Okay. Did they ever tell her that would cure the problem, or did they say that they just went by the code?
Did not ask that, but it sounds like they went by the code.
Okay, so Kevin, if you go by the code, can you be called? That's not negligent, is it? If you go by the code, is there such a code that might say intake manifold?
The same code's there.
This exact same code came back, but there's no definitive code. I shouldn't say there aren't any. There's a few that if you get a code, the computer is condemned. I mean, there's a couple, but code is just a start. That's not inclusive to anything.
Yeah, AutoZone pulls codes
for free.
For free, they'll even tell you what part may fix it, and you can buy it, but it doesn't always clear your light.
So they did the manifold, but I take issue with them based on these guys' research that they did not charge for anything else. First of all, a manifold at full list price is $400. Did you say?
Yeah, from Volkswagen.
Dealer list is $416.
And you guys found refurbished ones for $200. So let's say full list $400.
Sure.
How much labor to put it in full?
3.9 hours.
How much would that cost?
$800.
800 plus 400, 1,200. And what was she charged?
16.
Well, okay.
So she paid for the coils and plugs, is what they did.
Yeah, they did not throw in. So basically, she got what she paid for, and she did pay for it. So they're BSing us. But she paid full retail for that.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't fix the problem, but he said she needed it anyway. I think it's going to be barking up the wrong tree to try to get that money back. I think it's going to be.
I think the best thing she's going to get is they recommended a great Volkswagen shop. So.
Yeah, no, Hardee's is a quality place. But I believe she said she had not paid them yet.
No.
The argument was that Hardy would not accept the vehicle until they returned it back to the way it was.
Why?
Because they want Volkswagen
Wait a
plugs in there.
minute.
And
Hardy
coils.
wants them to take out what they put in?
Yeah, because he can't trust the work they did. He would have to redo or recheck everything they did before he can start.
But what did they do exactly?
Plugs, coils, and an intake manifold.
He wants them to take off the intake manifold. What does he put in his place?
Well, he probably wants the original OE one.
See, that's unreasonable to me.
I don't think so.
You don't think it's
No,
unreasonable?
what if they screwed up the installation of the intake manifold?
Okay, then just take the old parts with you to the new place. But why undo it all?
No, I mean, somebody's going to have to go back and double check their work before you can start.
This is terrible. Yep. This is a terrible situation. I don't know. So basically right now, Jan, what do we advise Jan to do?
It's Suzanne.
Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne.
Jan was the tires, Jan's with the wheels.
Oh, yeah, that's the TEG one. So what do we recommend she do?
He recommended, he sent his daughter's car to Next Auto Care, which he said is really good with Volkswagens. So I said, well, if Hardee's won't take it, and he's recommending Next Auto Care where he sent one of his, either a daughter or an employee's daughter, then I would suggest going over there and seeing if they'll take the car.
What do they think it is right now anyway?
He doesn't know.
No, but there was some talk.
I think it's a timing chain, right, guys?
Okay.
Well, I think they told her that.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a text here about, Tom, when are you going to address the helicopter accident? I really will, and I'll do it with all my experience. I'm not an expert at reconstructing accident sites. I don't claim to be, but I will tell you this, that when I was learning to fly helicopters, and even now, what happened to that helicopter is textbook. I would bet anyone, and I mean anyone, as to what happened, and I'll go over that in a few minutes. I'll bet anyone, because how it happened or why it happened, but what happened is very, 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 very clear. And I'm going to walk you through the actual steps that they went through. It's textbook. It's not like I'm some Sherlock Holmes taking some clues and saying, wait a minute, could this have happened? Maybe that happened, then this happened. And I know the NTSB knows that. They know exactly what happened. They just don't know why it happened. And I'll explain that. And also, it's something that could never happen, let's say in my helicopter, but it can happen in the Bell 206. What's the difference? Well, some helicopters have two big blades, right? Looks like one long blade, but it's two of them. And then some have 3, 4, and 5. Well, there's something you're going to learn about the two-bladed helicopters that no one really talks about, because most people never get into that situation. All right, let's keep going here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So the CRV Honda, Christy has a follow-up, and I should take her now. Christy, and who worked on this? Did you, D? Yeah. D worked on it. Get that mic, D. Okay. And Christy's calling in for a follow-up. When did she call in originally?
It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago or so.
Okay, 2 or 3 weeks ago. What was the original problem, D?
Well, Christy called us because she bought a brand new Honda CRV hybrid from a dealer in Colorado Springs. And the car had a couple of problems. Now, all of those got
When did she call in? I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry.
Christy, do you remember when you actually called in first?
Hold on, let me bring her up.
Oh, okay. Christy, when did you?
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
When did you first call us?
I don't have the date, but it's been about a month.
Okay. All right, good. Got it.
And so Jesse from Honest Accurate Auto addressed one of her major concerns, which is he did discover a faulty HVAC system, which was repaired under warranty. But the problem that Christy has been struggling with since then is this car, under some circumstances, makes this...
Oh, no, that's the high-pitched noise that no one can hear except you.
Well, I have good news.
Well,
before you get to the good news, this high-pitched noise people could swear they could hear it. And
Yeah.
you played it for me yesterday after the show,
Yeah.
Dimitri. And then I said, Dimitri, I think you're BSing me. So here's what I did. I said, turn your back to me. Give me your phone. I'm going to play the sound, and I'm going to turn the sound off and play it like a hearing test. I want you to raise your hand when you hear it. So I got a few paces behind him, and I would make believe like I tapped the screen, but I didn't really turn it on. And he'd just sit there. And as soon as I made that sound, I played the sound. He heard it, and I heard nothing. I said, "This is impossible," and he could hear it. There is a spectrum. Did you call it a spectrum? Or I don't hear.
I rode with both of them in the car.
Did you hear it?
I didn't hear a thing, and there it is. And I thought they were. I thought they were just.
I guess
teasing me.
there's something to be said about being on another wavelength.
No, the older you get, the harder it is to hear high frequency sounds.
Yeah, is that right? And being a rock and roll drummer didn't help.
Well, anyway.
So where do we stand?
Well, so I contacted three Honda dealerships to get their help in diagnosing this. And the one that really jumped into action was Mile High Honda. And
you said they were really attentive.
Oh, very attentive. The GM referred this matter to one of their service managers.
And she didn't even buy the car there.
No, she didn't.
They're just being an expert.
Oh,
okay.
They're absolutely.
We should put them on
anxious to
our
get
angels
this.
list. What happened then?
Oh, so we had an appointment with Devin, who's one of the service managers over there. And one of the really impressive things about dealing with Mile High Honda is that in anticipation of Christy having to leave their car there for diagnostics, they had already arranged for a free loaner car for her to take back to Carter Springs.
They didn't have to. They're not even their sale or anything, and they did that for her.
Yeah, they did. So Christy and I and Devin went for a test drive. And we did the same kind of test you did on me, which is when I heard that sound, I would raise my hand, and Devin heard it every single time.
And Kevin didn't hear it. Kevin, you went for a ride. You didn't hear it.
Not a peep.
So what is the noise?
Well, I'll leave it up to Christy, because apparently
Christy,
she already picked up the car.
Tell us what happened.
All right. Well, within a couple hours, Devin and his tech, Roberto, and Roberto, by the way, could not hear the noise, but he could feel the air pressure, like Dimitri.
This is like a demon.
But they fixed it. Like within 3 hours, they fixed it. It was the steering gear rubber grommet was misplaced at the factory, allowing engine noise and air to enter the cabin.
How the hell did they find it?
Good for them.
Well, that's what it sounded like, was noise and air coming into the cabin. I mean, I even suggested that to the other shop, that maybe it's something with the firewall is not sound or sound barrier or something.
I want to give kudos to Mile High Honda. This is a car they never sold. This is a car they never serviced. This is a car we asked them to take a look at, right? Or did she?
Oh, I did. I called them, and they were the
did
only
you just
ones
call them a random?
Yeah, I called 3 Honda dealerships, left 3 voicemails for GMs. This is the only one that acted on my voicemail.
And so they had nothing to do with this except they wanted to help. Yeah. I swear to you, this is unbelievable.
A shout out to Mile High Honda, Devin, Roberto. A shout out to Dimitri for test driving with me and coordinating with Mile High, and to Austin at Honest Accurate. Jesse.
But not to Uncle Kevin, who couldn't hear it. He just took up space in the car. But anyway, this is great. This is really great, Christy. Man, D, I swear to God, I thought it was more of him. I don't know. I just never knew that they were going to be able to find it like this. Not only find it, but fix it. The air coming through that tiny grommet area. Wow.
Cool.
Mile High Honda. Today, I don't have my dinger with me. I shouldn't say that. But can you give them the dinger, Shannon? Because, well, these guys didn't have to do anything. They stepped up and found it and fixed it. So I do believe I should give my dinger today. Thank you. I know that extra sound is not needed, Shannon. God, what a juvenile. What a juvenile. By the way, did I take the 15? Oh my God! Okay. I got to take a break.
I don't think he heard the sheep after the.
No. He should have it now like this. I remember. Big garage door.
It's a brand new CRV.
Or missile silo.
Missile silo?
Yeah. She got it fixed. That's good.
Oh my God! I'm so
I
overtired.
thought it was an electronic type noise. The high pitched.
Well, yeah, when she originally came in, it was an AC issue.
Yeah.
And she called me and called the e-shop, and they got to her the same time I did. She was already closer to them. So I said, just Austin will take care of you. Go over there. He'll get it.
Okay, guys. You know what? I love heritage and I love service, and you get both. Oh, and great products. You get all of those with K&H Home Solutions. They started out KH Windows more than 65 years ago. I knew all the owners, the original one. And then, of course, I knew Ted, who took it over, and now Lee Diamond and his son. K&H Home Solutions, here's what they do. They do window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. And now painting pros, people you can trust. That's why I love K&H. When you have people you can trust, and painting's a great area for them to get into for people. So what you do is go to khwindows.com, 303-421-7100. All right. Red Rocks, roof, and solar. You've heard me talking about them because they do a great job from sales to installation to service. They do it all. They're one company. They're not just salespeople that once they get the contract, you never see them again. They are in it to win it from beginning to end. And I urge you to contact them if you're even thinking about solar. They have plenty of good advice. They'll inspect your area, your lot. If you have a commercial operation, they can show you how to make money with it. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449, 704-2449. My computer's starting to piss me off. You motherfucker. Why all of a sudden is it asking? It's asking for my password instead of my biometrics.
So they're switching up my meds again. They're switching up my meds again for the RA. For RA, well, they switched me off of. It was something with an L. I don't remember what it was. It was an oral medication. Wasn't working. I was still very dependent on the Pred. I went in yesterday and he gave me some samples to start with to make sure it works. But of the what is it, Enbrel? Yeah, the shot. But I mean, why is it? First of all, it has to go through a specialist pharmacy. It can't go through a regular pharmacy.
We did.
You get it.
No, I called. Yeah.
It's an injection, so it comes in.
But it was
it comes in just like an EpiPen sort of thing. You got to keep it cold.
Yep.
It's a once a week injection.
You treat them different?
Yep.
We do a shuttle service, and we have
Okay.
Each shop had a loaner card for a year, and nobody ever used it. So they got rid of it.
Well, I know that. I mean, the first thing he had me do was check to see whether my insurance was going to cover it because it's about $11,000 a month. Which he said if you leave the country, it's closer to about $200. But they are going to cover it, but I have to go through a special pharmacy.
We just put them in an Uber.
If it's that expensive,
and it's
and there's not much demand for it, the phone's not the amount of people that use it. That's the only thing I can think of. That makes sense.
So our one thing with the loan.
Okay, figured I'd ask.
But the ticket must be at least $800.
Yeah, you don't need an oil change coming in and taking your loan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Someone comes in with an oil change, they ain't getting a loaner.
Yeah.
So $800 minimum ticket is really the only caveat.
Yeah.
But even if it's same day, and it's this guy came in today, he's traveling through from California to Michigan. California told him his AC is bad. Sold him a part, but couldn't get it done. So he drove here, has us putting the part in, doesn't want us to do anything else but put the part in, get his AC working, and then he's out of town. I'm like, 9 times out of 10, I'd look at your vehicle, want to do everything. It's like, okay, here's a loaner, drive it for the day. We'll put the $1,200 into getting you back on the road and get you out here with AC working. I mean, and then I told him, why don't you wait till you get there? Like, don't you want?
Yeah.
He's like, no, you have nationwide warranty. I'm not worried about it. Okay. We do, but I didn't buy the part, so good luck fighting with Toyota on that.
Yeah, seriously.
You know me. I'm sure he doesn't get any transmissions over there.
What's up?
How's the training world treating you?
Shit. It's it's bad around the nation. Everybody's
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, I don't know. We just are mystified by some of the calls we get. And then Christy, she's got it fixed. She's got it fixed. The sound was fixed. And hats off to Mile High. Let's go back to the phones, 303-713-8255. And that is Chris with Verizon. Hey, Chris, let's go to you right now. What's going on? What's going on, Chris?
Hi, Tom.
Yes, sir.
About a year ago, last summer, Verizon ran a promo where you traded in your old phone and you could get an iPhone 16 free. And so we traded in 4 of them. They gave us credit for 2, but not the other 2. I've called them.
Wait, this has been going on since when?
The summertime.
And so,
24.
So you just never got the full incentive.
Correct. We got 2 out of 4.
Well, what do they say about that? I mean, it's so things like this should be so simple. What do they say?
They say, at first they said we never received the other 2. Then when I provided the tracking number, we'll look into it. Then I called the next month.
What do you mean they never received? What do you mean they never received? What are we talking about? What do you mean?
Traded.
What's
so
that?
you had to send
okay,
back
so
your
you
old
had
item.
it was an exchange program 4 for 4.
Correct.
Okay, so the 2 that they claim they never got. Do you have proof of delivery?
Yes, I provided the tracking number to them. The next month they said, yes, we see we did receive
So what are they
them
doing
after
about it?
some
Are they? Tell me how this is affecting you.
A monthly bill, they just charged me yesterday because I got to the point where I'm like, I'm not paying you another dime till this is
Well,
cleared
hold
up.
on. You mean
better.
wait a minute. You mean you're not paying them another dime on anything?
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Because
you can't do it that way.
Technically, they owed me a credit. So
No, I
it
know
came
that.
down to it.
But so the credit never showed up for those other 2 phones, and your normal bill you were paying. But when did you stop paying your normal bill?
A couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to be on the losing end of this one, brother.
Chris, you better make it fast because I think we're about to hear a dial tone.
No. They don't even
No,
have
that already happened.
Wait,
already
so
happened.
what did they do, Chris? Did they cancel you?
So they turned the phone off, and then they're like, we need payment to turn it back on.
Well, you
So
do need, Chris, you certainly know the difference, right, between one problem and the other.
Yeah.
I know you were trying to
do
get their
know.
attention. I know exactly what you were doing. But
And I thought that was the only way. But anyhow, the bill's up to date, and so they
Okay.
charged me a reconnect fee, and I still don't have credit for 2 of the phones.
how much
in my
does the
bill.
credit come up to right now that they owe you?
They divided over 2 years at about $60 a month.
Wait a minute. You are going to get $60 a month for 24 months?
Right. They bill you $60 on your bill, and then they credit you $60.
Okay.
So right now, for
And they're
almost a
doing
year,
that
I've
for
been
2
overpaying.
phones only, but the other 2 they're not.
Correct. The other 2 are fine.
Hey, Chris, did you enter into this transaction at a Verizon corporate store or Cell Plus store? Where was this store where you went?
This was calling in. This was over the phone.
Oh, so you were dealing directly with with Verizon. So, Tom, I have a very similar ongoing current problem with Verizon. About a year ago, I bought a new phone at Cell Plus in Loveland, and they're exclusively a dealer for Verizon. In fact,
Yeah, but when he calls, he's calling corporate.
oh yeah, I did. I had to too. So they were supposed to. So I bought a new phone, and the promotion that they had was you buy this phone, you finance it over 36 months at 0% interest, and every month we credit your bill for the $36 monthly payment on the phone. So it's supposed to be a free phone, provided you committed to a 3-year service contract. So, Chris, What happened with me is they never began this credit to my bills. Now, I have multiple recorded calls with me and Verizon Corporate, as well as me and Cell Plus store up in Loveland, and they keep assuring me that they're going to take care of it. I'm going to get a credit, and then they're going to make up for all the money that they should have credited me for, and nothing. So month after month, I'm still paying for
So
the new
what's
phone.
the moral of this story?
I'm going to take them to court. That's going to be in about 2 weeks. I'm going to file. What else can I do? I'm not going to stop paying my bill.
Exact situation, except mine was 2 years versus 3.
Yeah, so I predict that you might have to take them to small claims
So
court
are they
yourself.
still? So they're charging you for the phone, the $60, but not crediting you for 2 of them, right?
No, his story's a little different.
No, it's exactly what I said. They are charging him $120 a month. That for 2 phones that should be 0 because they're not crediting
I see what
him.
you're saying, yeah.
He's not getting the corresponding credit. So your bill every month is $100. See, I wouldn't pay that increased amount. So your bill each month is $120 higher than it should be.
60.
30, I thought you said 2 phones.
2 phones, 30 apiece. Total of
30 apiece. Okay. Yep. But okay. So I wouldn't pay that part of the bill. I would pay the other part only. That's what I would do.
They're going to turn him off again.
You think so?
Dude, their computer doesn't know why his monthly check is $30 short or $60 short.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just going to accumulate.
But he's got to
got
do something. You recommend small claims court?
Well, what else? I ran out of options. I have tape after tape after tape of Verizon and Cell Plus promising me my credits, and they never have. So what else can I do? I'm just going to file.
Won't they shut your phone off after you win in court?
Well, who
I'm
cares?
afraid they
Go
might
to
shut
another
me
service.
off when I file.
Oh, it's exhausting.
It is exhausting. So where do we stand? Small claims court he does? What do you think, Dimitri?
Well, I'm not offering legal advice.
Oh, no, logistic.
Advice. Logistically, yeah. So what I've already written up the lawsuit. So now I just have to drive up to Weld County and file it. And
you don't have to write a lot of legalese.
No, in fact, I think small claims prefers that you don't write a lot of legalese. They just want to, you just want to tell the story. So I'm going to tell the story, and I have screenshots of the promotion, and in my packet of exhibits, there will be all of these audio recordings, and even a copy of the bill of sale, which says, hey, it's a free promotion. You're supposed to get a monthly credit for 36 months. So it doesn't take much to tell the story. And frankly, I don't want to go up and down, the highway to Weld County and back. But what other option do I have, Tom?
No, I get it. And I think that's what you should do, bro. And if you need help, D can help you. Leave your number if you need him to just talk to you, not about the actual wording of a lawsuit, but how to do it.
Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Wow. A lot of people just want help getting through it.
These phone people, they just
It's
do it
brutal.
to everybody, and
They do.
50% fight them, 50 don't. They make money on the 50 that don't.
99% don't. Because what else can you do with Verizon?
That's crazy.
What else can you do?
Yeah, you're right.
So I have a feeling they'll just.
They're just going to.
The only way to get their attention is just to file, and then they'll send me a check.
Yep, they'll pay you off and then move on.
Yeah.
Because the other 22 people that didn't file.
They'll still be miles ahead. They'll be millions ahead.
That's why they do this shit. It's horrible the way they treat people. It's horrible.
I couldn't even imagine the shipping department in this place with all these phones coming in and trying to keep track of each phone. Because sure they got it, but who the hell knows what bin they threw it in?
Yeah, because all they want is a different phone out there. They're just chucking these away.
Oh yeah. They probably sell them. Somebody buys them.
Shit anymore. Everything's trash now.
So what do you think about?
It's like transmissions. They don't
What do you think about this guy? Was this
make them to break?
Which guy?
the Verizon? We're done with him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just do it.
If you ship 4 phones, is there 4 separate envelopes? You know what I mean? Or do you get a...
No, I did that one time where I got a free phone, but they... All right. If you are looking for windows, siding, doors, and more, K&H has what you're looking for. I love that kind of stuff. A company that can really do what it says and says what it does because it's been around for so long. One of the oldest home improvement companies in Colorado. So in addition to all of that stuff, they now have painting as well. KHWindows.com. They have K&H Painting Pros. People you can trust. 303-421-7100. 421-7100. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Red Rocks RS. They are the pros when it comes to solar. You know what I hate about the solar industry? You have people who sell it. You have people who install it, but no people to service. I swear to you, you're out in the cold. So really, Red Rocks puts it all together. They do the selling, the installation, and the service. In fact, they'll service your system even if it isn't one they installed. That's how serious they are about the solar biz. If you're looking even to make money with solar, you can put in a solar field and make good money. You should call them about all of your solar options. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. Man, that was really good pizza.
What pizza?
I know.
The one day I'm actually hungry. The one day that I am actually hungry.
Get a piece, Steve?
Shit.
I'm going to talk about that.
Hey, do you work on the ProMasters trainings?
What's that?
ProMasters?
What about them?
They got problems with the torque converters.
Yeah, that's not the biggest problem, but it's just the compounder drum's the biggest problem on them.
Great. They got lots of problems, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Why, did you buy one or something?
No, I had a friend that overheats when I'm going 60, but it's fine around down.
Yeah.
It's like the most overpriced cars in the world. Not in the world, but the most overpriced car in America right now. What do you think it is? G-Wagon.
Oh, my God.
Fucking so overpriced, they're ridiculous. You know, I'm telling you, Tesla's a deal. I want a Tesla so bad.
So why don't you buy one?
Because right now, I refuse to take the loss that they say my car is worth. It just pisses me off.
Oh, that loss is not going to get any smaller.
No, but it'll even out with use. I got 30,000 miles on an X7 in perfect condition. M50i.
And they're offering like 5,000 for it.
I paid 112, I think, and then some miscellaneous bullshit. And they say it's worth 60. Ooh. 60 is generous, by the way.
Yeah.
It goes from 55 to 60.
That's a bite.
That's for trading in. And then really, when I think about selling it, even though it is beautiful and looks like new, somebody pay me 60 for a little more, they can get a brand new one.
Yeah.
No, wait, not one of those, but they can get a brand new Beamer. Mm-hmm. They don't have to get the 7, and they can pay. Why would they pay 60 for? Unless they just have a big family and want to use it.
Unless you're looking for that particular vehicle.
Who's Christy with high pitch? Oh, that one. We got it. Okay, got her. Amy and Car Pros. Oh, you got an update?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a little shithole used dealer in Golden on McIntyre, which is like the Colfax of Golden.
But they're pros.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're car pros.
About cars.
Yeah. Getting you a good deal.
It's all in the name. They're honest. They're accurate.
Her name is Amy. I want to bring up that call. Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's go to Clint. He has an issue with service of some kind. Welcome. And by the way, people, you can call with any and all problems. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And also, we're going to tell you, if you're a beer lover, about a grand opening you're going to want to know about. Plus, don't forget Castle Rock Home Show this weekend starting at noon. Starting in just 15 minutes, Douglas County Fairgrounds for free tickets and parking and everything. Go to CastleRockHomeshow.com. You're going to love it. CastleRockHomeshow.com. Now, Clint, what's going on?
Well, I bought this car a few months ago. I got it into the shop almost immediately to get some problems taken care of.
Clint, what was it? A used what?
2008 Kia Sorento.
And you what you said is you got it into the shop as soon as possible. That would have been before I bought it. but you're talking about after you bought it.
Yeah, I realized with a used car, I'd probably have to do some stuff, but when I bought it, the battery was insufficient to keep the vehicle going.
You told yesterday.
And the way the dealership
I thought I heard this before.
Yeah.
Did you call? You called already once, didn't you, about this,
Just
Clint?
yesterday.
In fact, I have the call here, and what it said was, let me go through it. You have a 2008 Kia Sorento, 136,000 miles on it. You purchased it 3 months ago. Check engine light came on, and you paid $1,500 for a crankshaft sensor, the sensor and some maintenance. You picked it up. Check engine light still came on. So what are we We're not complaining about, by the way, even though it's probably a crap dealership because you bought it in Longmont. Anything in Longmont, Greeley, Weld County is bad. I don't think there's a good dealer up there. But what I'd like to ask you...
Actually, I bought it at 3B Auto Sales in Aurora.
Oh, okay. Then what are you doing up in Longmont to get it serviced?
I live up here.
Oh, okay.
So I took it over to the local Kia dealership. And I sent you guys all the...
But tell me, what are you calling about today?
So I've had it in their shop several times to take care of this engine light.
Yeah.
And they want to keep it for days and days and days.
Right.
And it's my main vehicle for getting back and forth. So
Yeah.
I can't really have it put in their shop until they can scratch their heads long enough to figure it out.
Well, what are you calling about? I don't exactly know what problem you're calling about.
They've replaced the camshaft sensor, the crankshaft sensor.
But you told us all of that yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know what he's calling about. I just need to know what you're calling about. I want to help you, man. But what are you calling about? They can't get it fixed. What do you think they should do? Give you a car to use or what?
No, I want them to fix the problem that engine light keeps coming on.
And this is an independent. This is an independent shop you took it to after you bought it, right?
Kia dealer.
What's that?
The Kia
dealer. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
but he spent $3,500 with them, and it still has the same problem.
To get what? The
get
engine
the
light?
check engine light fixed.
At a dealer, he spent $3,500 and can't get it fixed.
Yes.
How did we take this yesterday? It says here the issue. There's no issue, and it was closed. Exactly what does that mean? I mean, did he not? He has a clear problem, so why did we mark it no problem? I'm looking at yesterday's notes. I wasn't here. So 3 months ago, he buys a 2008 Kia Sorento, 136,000 miles. Now, I don't think they owe you anything, but you said the check engine light came on. And the check engine light, okay, and they can't figure it out. That's the bottom line.
Basically, yeah.
Well, then, I think one of the options we discussed during yesterday's call is that if the car is drivable, maybe you make an appointment to bring it into Kevin's.
That's probably what we should do, and then argue everything. I think that's a great idea, D. Take it over. Can you drive your car?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, have you spent $3,500? What was that money spent for? That would piss me off. The crank sensor is $3,500 hefty for that?
Throwing parts? Well, you would need to know all the parts that were thrown at it.
Yeah, they put a wiring harness on it. They put a bunch of stuff on it.
Yeah, there was a lot of work done for that.
Was it work he needed done anyway? Because this is the used car he bought with 136,000 miles.
They were trying to solve a problem. They weren't fixing anything.
Well, are they even still chasing the same code, or are they chasing something different?
Same code.
So you're saying they probably just, they racked up a bill.
Yep.
I mean, I'm so tired of these people, that don't know what they're doing. Okay, so what do you want any of that money back?
It would be nice.
You should get some of it.
For the fishing trips.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That was they are taking a lot of fishing trips. Listen, this is an ongoing problem, people. We get this all the time on Car Day. Spending money for no reason. Spending money for no reason. Should they keep charging him when they're nothing but idiots? And the problem's still not fixed. How can a dealer not figure out a check engine light? They're the dealer. They represent the manufacturer.
But they're still hiring people fresh out of school because they don't want to pay the people that have been there for years. It's easier to hire somebody, bring them in, and let the other people go. So then they have people with very limited knowledge just throwing parts at cars.
God, man, it's going to get. By the way, it's not getting better, guys.
No, it's getting worse.
It's getting worse.
It's getting worse.
Yeah.
All right, I got to take a break, and we're going to figure out what the hell to do with this one. What do we do with this one? What do we do? We got to get it to your.
Someone's got to figure out what's wrong, and then he can go back. And
I'll bet you Kevin
this is what was wrong to begin with.
Well, yes,
I'm sure. I know he can't. So when he fixes it and gives them this, here's what it needed in the first place, they can go back and argue.
Just needed a nice pick.
Did they have to go harvest the wheat to make the pizza crust, or what?
No, they're shredding the cheese.
Yeah. They get here by noon. They get here by noon. They're on time still. It's only 11:30.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys talking about. We go off the air at noon in the Springs.
Yeah. But it's even like with wiring harnesses. Why would you just get a wiring harness just to try it? Run a jumper.
Well,
eliminate the circuit, and then it's running, and now you know.
Because these kids don't know. They don't understand.
I have partnered with American Financing to help consumers get out of high interest debt. You know, as an investment advisor, I always recommend before you even invest, you need to get rid of high interest debt because it's eating you alive. And then you need to have an emergency fund. Well, American Financing can help you with the high interest debt. You know, rates have dipped into the 5s. And you can get a home equity loan. You can get one on a bank statement only. They're very creative in their financing, whether you want a home equity loan or you want a refi. Sometimes refi makes sense. I want you to call them. They'll give you free advice, and they're not asking for anything in return. There's no upfront fees for anything. So call American Financing. Talk about getting rid of that credit card debt, using some of your home equity, or refining the whole house. Whatever it is, they won't steer you wrong. AmericanFinancing.net. Tell them Tom told you to call. It's very important. Just have the discussion, because no matter what, you will be ahead. Get rid of the high interest debt from credit cards. 303-695-7000. 695-7000. Now, speaking of investments and things like that, if you do have some investable money, Vestera Turnkey is offering you a way to become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. That's right. What they want to do is get you in a home. You become a landlord. They help you buy it. They counsel you through all of it. They have a management company to help you manage it, and then they help you sell it. They have been recording 30 to 80% returns for people a year if you follow their method. They very seldom hold longer than 2.5 years. It's 3 years on the outside, but you can get involved in this investment by simply calling or going to this website, mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com.
Used to be hard to hire techs out of the dealerships.
Yeah.
My throat starts giving out every day at this time. Do you notice that even at home?
Only for the last 2 times.
The last 3 guys I hired, Dodge 32 years, Nissan 22 years, and Honda 25 years.
Yeah.
That's the guys. That's the guys I'm hiring. Am I in trouble? Crazy down there. We used to never get guys from the dealers. Like they were set. They were good. They didn't want to leave. Dealers don't want to pay them, and that sucks.
Yes, babes. What's going on?
We took a guy a couple of years now, but all he wants to do is heavy line. That's it. He does not want to diag. He doesn't want to do any of it. And he was on a salary at a place. And I told him I can match that. He can. And I tried to show him, because all my guys are on hybrid. You know, there's guarantees. So
why did they put a stat on?
Why don't we
Why
do
did
this?
they put a stat on?
I don't want commission. It's like, dude, they're doing like, we pay bi-monthly.
Yeah.
And he's doing, every
I have to go up 9:30 in the morning tomorrow.
220 a period. So like 400, 425
So
a month.
up in Broomfield.
And I'm like,
No, I did say 7:30.
I can pay you.
It was 9.
I'm not going to bump your salary to this. I'll put your guarantee where you're comfortable. But I want
Net
you
the
to
hours produced.
I want you to produce.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
For months to convince him. And he finally got his first check. And he says,
Okay, honey. All right. Bye, honey.
Told you. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
It's worth it.
But I be part of the solution, not just straight salary.
I want you to be on the same program and make sure you're comfortable where you're at.
Yep. I just need a guarantee from my
in most businesses, you know what I believe in? You eat what you kill.
Oh, yeah.
More performance, more money. Less performance, less money.
Yep.
Yeah. I think every paycheck should be tied to that.
Yeah.
Except, obviously, when you do a duty, like rip widgets and stuff.
Sure.
Yes.
Hello. Since Mark Szymanski did not call or did not answer for his
2 minute.
Yeah, his 2 minute. We do have an opening at 12:45.
Or I can work him into content.
We can do that.
Yeah, that's easy.
Or, are you sure?
Or isn't it harder to work it into commercial time?
No, because we do have 2:30s, and then we could do a 1:20.
If he wants to,
12:45.
if you guys would rather do that, I'll do that. Or if I have to, I'll work it in content.
The only question is, we also, one of the 30s is a Gravina's. I don't know if that's a conflict.
No, I can make it not a conflict.
Okay. All right. Then let me.
And that hint, do you know what this is that he said? What is it? Oh, you erased it. Never mind.
No, I have it. I have it.
There were
I'll
notes
put it
on
up.
it. Is it
crashed on the
exciting?
road.
What is it?
Took out
Oh, you don't.
cars.
It was weird.
Okay, thanks, Kelly.
This was from here to here.
Duct tape. This is not really duct tape. It's masking.
Yes.
It's shitty tape. Shitty.
That's painter's tape. It's made to come off. Painter's tape. That's the airport. I think he just took off.
CastleRockHomeShow.com. CastleRockHomeShow.com. The best home show you're going to have in the state this year. 400 vendors or more. CastleHomeShow.com. And
I think you're on.
All right, let's go. CastleRockHomeShow.com. That's CastleRockHomeShow.com. The best home show in the state, bar none. More than 400 people displaying their wares on companies, windows, siding, doors, basement solutions, concrete solutions, cabinets, countertops, appliances. You have, everything. Builders, home. You're going to love it. Free tickets, free parking, CastleRockHomeShow.com. All right, I want to keep going here. Clint, again, with his service here, he bought a 2008 Kia Sorento, took it to the shop, and continue your story, Clint.
Yeah, so like I said, they've been on a fishing expedition with all these.
How much have you paid so far?
It's for this dealership. It's been 3,500 basically.
What did you get for 3,500? What did you get for 3,500?
They did some brake changes, some alignment, but then after all of that, they said, well, there's there's a shake in the front end, a shimmy in the front end. Well, that's because the tires are choppy. Well, then it would have been there in the first place.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that you did not get value from the 3,500, or what is your main complaint?
I got some value, yes.
Did you pay them? Did you pay them yet?
Yes, I have.
What are you calling about? Do you want some money back, or do you want to find another shop, or what do you want?
Well, I want the diagnostic and the money for the parts that they put on that did not get the
guys. What do you think? Do they owe them? Well, because they never. Are you saying they never fixed the problem? Right? What was the original complaint?
The check engine light.
Check engine light. And they can't figure it out.
Right.
And what's the name of the dealer? What's the name of the dealer?
That's Fowler Kia.
Fowler Kia.
Fowler Kia? Kia?
Yeah.
Fowler. Okay. Fowler Kia. All right. And you paid, oh my God, paid $3,500 for brakes and alignment. But why? That had nothing to do with the check engine light.
Some of it was other work that they sold while they were fixing his check engine light.
But they didn't fix the check engine
Never
light.
did. Never did. No.
That's the part I'd be arguing, is trying to figure out why it's on and then.
Yeah, but he's got to be to blame too, saying, I didn't come for brakes and alignment. I want to find out why. Do they still not know why the check. Is it still at the dealer?
No, it's here at my house, but they were wanting to pull off the catalytic converter to see if that's the problem.
And they wanted to charge you for it?
No, they were going to do that for free.
Well, why didn't you do it for free? Why didn't you do that for free?
Well, I had some personal stuff come up that I wasn't able to do that.
Listen, what should we do, guys? Can you get it over to Sheridan Auto Tech?
Sheridan Auto Tech? I believe I could.
It's at Colfax, just west of Wadsworth.
West of Wadsworth?
Yep. Give them the actual address on Colfax.
7864.
7864.
West Colfax.
West Colfax.
You want to call, make sure they get you in, 303-455-7242. And, we'll need at least a day with it. Obviously, these guys had 3 or 4 weeks with it. We'll need at least a day or two. So.
Yeah. 303-455, what was the last?
7242.
7242.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, let's start there, okay? Let's start there because really we don't know what that's going on. But here's what I don't understand. Why do dealers and mechanics and shops always recommend work around the main problem? I mean, okay, you come in with the main problem. I would say you should address the main problem. And then say, by the way, you also need. Yes. But they seem to go to the by the way, you also need this first, because I think they're thinking this. We may not be able to solve that problem, but while he's here, let's fleece him a little.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yep. Let's at least get this done because we know it needs it. And then, if we don't get the main problem, so what? At least we got some money from them. I'm Tom Martino. You're hearing it all on the Troubleshooter Show. You'll be a smarter person for it.
If I'm not mistaken, he went to Brakes Plus before the dealer spent like $1,500 there. No, seriously.
I heard you guys said he called yesterday.
He called yesterday, so he went somewhere and they recommended the dealer after they took him for $1,500.
Bunch of noise, yeah.
So if your car is running decently and the check engine light goes on, what happens if you keep driving it?
It depends on what that code is.
It's variable.
It really does. I mean, you could have a knock sensor, so it's going to start leaning out the motor.
Let's say it's a cat code and that cat's getting clogged, and you just keep driving and it gets clogged, and now your engine don't want to run.
Or you could have a loose gas cap and it's just a small evap leak. So.
And some cars will go into fail-safe modes with any lights on.
Oh, really?
So or every time you pump gas, you keep adding a little bit more,
more. Fill up that
the check engine light's back on again. It's like you must have got gas again, huh? I just had that last week. He drove to Florida and back, no problem. California back, no problem. Now he's back home. Lights back on. I said, you got gas yesterday, didn't you? I said, you put in a little extra, didn't you? How'd you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because it's this charcoal canister, and I ran a test 4 times on it. I'm like, this thing is passing.
How much a Mini Cooper costs when you do that?
Yeah. There you go.
$1,600 for a charcoal canister.
No, more than that.
What?
The dealer, he had it. I didn't want to touch it. One is my neighbor. I don't work with him. I don't do that. And minis, I'm not big on. It's like just take it.
Those.
Jesse, are you also a mobile mechanic?
No.
Shop only.
He gets around.
That's what I was wondering if that was acceptable.
Anywhere there's a shade tree.
So, Jesse,
that and loose women.
If a guy hollowed out a catalytic converter,
Hollowed it out.
Yeah, took the guts out.
Yeah. Now you take the visual.
Yeah.
You got the visual inspection for the pollution.
Oh, but they wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
The visual. They'll look and say, "Oh, it's there."
Would there be any noticeable improvement in gas mileage
Nope.
or performance
Nope.
or anything else?
So cats are not detrimental to the car.
Well, I mean,
unless they're malfunctioning.
If they're getting clogged or malfunctioning,
Does
they
the
can go
car
the other
run
way.
better without it?
Well, no change.
No change. Because it's after everything.
I mean, it constricts exhaust.
all it's there to do is burn off.
In a very minor way.
Yeah, they just want to burn off the hydrocarbons.
Yes, but if they go bad and they get clogged and they're pushing exhaust back into the engine, it could cause
But when they were
problems.
going
That's why
around
someone was hollering.
stealing catalytic converters all the time, they hit our shop truck twice.
They what?
They hit our shop truck twice.
Because it runs in line like a train.
The first guy was smart enough just to leave it laying underneath the truck. The second guy, he took it with him, not realizing we gutted that thing 5 years prior.
The rocker arms are up there.
So, okay. What do you mean left it there? I don't get it.
He cut it out, and then when he realized that all the stuff that he wants from the inside of it has already been removed.
Oh, somebody stole or tried to steal a hollowed out converter?
They did steal the hollowed out converter.
Yeah.
Well, that's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, literally, the blade you used to cut that thing off was worth more than that catalytic converter.
Like 4 cents in scrap steel.
You guys still having problems with that up here? People cutting cats? Or?
Not
See,
near
that's
so
another
much.
good thing about our EVs, Tom. No cat converter.
Declined.
You know what, Doc? I really want an EV. I got to get a decent price for my car. I can't lock in that loss. It just.
Well,
How much of a loss are you going to take on it?
Huh?
Then all you can do now is just keep using that car then, because
Yeah, he's talking
traded value's only
$60,000 loss.
So you're saying
It's not like the stock market.
you got to take a hit. I know it's not going to go back up.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking I could find the right buyer maybe and at least get. Look.
So why don't you do that? Look for the right, have JR Cars put it on a consignment
Maybe
for
that's
you.
what I should do.
Put it on
Sometimes, they say actually sometimes you can get a higher price for trades than you can on buying because they want to sell you the car.
Is that a market car too, where maybe California would be more valuable than it would be here or
Why
anything
would
like
be?
this?
This is a massive snow car, man. This
Is it?
a
Yeah, I was just
straight
curious.
city car.
Yeah.
I mean, this car, there's not one option it doesn't have.
So give it to JR as a consignment.
Have
What do
you ever
you have to
seen how
lose?
beautiful the X7s are?
Oh yeah.
And the interiors are so plush and
And they run.
they're fast as a
Yeah, they
motherfucker. Fast. 582 horses.
Definitely get up and move.
We worked on a Mercedes AMG 66.
That's what Stephanie says, Dimitri. Just
605 horsepower, something V8 twin
Yeah, if you're
turbo.
bothered by taking a loss.
I'm not
complaining that
Yeah,
the brakes
of course
are
it is.
$1,800.
I guess it is.
You know what you're driving, but doesn't mean.
But they're usually the ones that complain the most.
No. She just does it to be funny. In addition to the
I'll tell you what I want. If I get a sports car, it's going to be the Corvette, the E-Ray. Holy shit. Have you heard about the E-Ray? Mm-hmm. It's a hybrid, though. I hate hybrids, but it's a hybrid with an 8-cylinder engine.
If it makes that high-pitched sound, you won't hear it.
There you go. Just the thump, thump, thump of the kids on the sidewalk.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Yeah, we've got problems on I-25 coming through downtown at this hour. There's an exit northbound up towards the stadium, around 23rd, left side of the highway block, and backup extending up over Broadway to about Logan.
Now's your shot at pizza, Tom. Your pizza's here.
Oh, I don't have time.
You want me to bring you some in here?
No, I'll go out and get it. I mean, we got enough to choke a horse.
Pizza's here, Doc.
Mm.
You all right?
I'm okay.
Okay, just checking. Usually he's first one out the door. Like, yeah.
Are
you kidding?
We can thank him. He
Doc
bought me
sees,
trees.
smells the pizza coming down the hall and he's out the door.
Doc, your generosity surpasses mine.
Meanwhile, did you take a look at my car? It's scratchless, spotless.
It is. I mean, it's impressive.
Almost a
I
year.
love it. It's
Compared to the other one.
Almost a year. Not a
Almost a
scratch.
year. Duct tape off the bumpers on.
No, but Doc, it's a nice car.
You went from that to a
I can't
Tesla.
believe the price you got on it.
I know. For that car,
You paid a little more than a good suit.
yeah, 27 for it. And you know what? When I charge it, it's like almost 200. It's 270 miles on a charge in the wintertime.
How has
Yeah.
it been in the snow? Did you have it in snow?
You know, it's front-wheel drive.
Okay.
So, I mean, we haven't really had any bad snow.
To make an all-wheel drive electric car, you must have at least two motors, right?
Yeah.
Dual motor, yeah.
Yeah, dual motor, yeah.
But you can't distribute that.
No.
One.
Well,
Or
I
it would
mean,
be.
you could.
It would you'd really lose a lot.
The
Of
engineering it would take to do that would cost more than putting the other motor in.
You know, and now that I found a
The
local
G-Wagon has
place,
4 of them, one on each wheel.
now that I found a local place to play poker, my mileage has
You
gone
mean
down.
local place meaning,
There's a
He doesn't have to go up to the
fraternal,
casino.
fraternal order of the Eagles.
and it's
In the Democrat primary, will anybody be able to stay awake through that race? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget CastleRockHomeshow.com, CastleRockHomeshow.com. It's starting right now. Yeah, and you can get there free parking, free tickets, Castle Home Show, CastleRockHomeShow.com, CastleRockHomeShow.com. Steve, what's going on with you, brother? Steve called in and told us about his new way of distributing his beer, and I want to go over it again because it starts on the weekend, and let's talk about it. Steve.
Well, Tom, kind of exciting news, even though it's really small. This is a very small thing, but it's a big thing for me and my partners that
we have a lot of beer connoisseurs. So go ahead and tell us about this unique way of marketing your beer.
Well, I think the best way to do it is to do a speed history. I was brewing since the middle 80s. I'm written up, and Michael Jackson is not the one you're thinking about. There's another English beer expert. He has publications. I'm written up in his books. A lot of time went by. I started the brewery here in 2016, and I just distributed in places like the racetrack. And I really don't make any money after wholesaling. So I finally applied for an on-site sales license on my premises. And because it's sort of a residential ranch area, there's limitations. So we only have Saturdays from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., 6 months a year, May through October.
Isn't this weird?
And we have one special event, which I'll be announcing.
And so for people to find out the location and the hours, let's just give them a way to find it easily. It's rockandroll.beer. Can you believe there's a .beer domain? .beer. Rockandroll.beer.
I created that domain, actually.
Wait a minute.
No, they didn't even have it.
Well, no, wait a minute. Well, are you serious, Steve?
GoDaddy.
Are you serious? You did the .beer?
I don't own it. GoDaddy does. But if you work with them and they don't have something and nobody's using it yet, I just say, hey, can you do this? And they.
Because it costs about $300,000 to establish a domain.
That's their thing, but they
must have thought it was creative enough.
Thinking about doing it.
They must have thought it was creative enough that it was worth it because they'll get a lot of registrants. And you suggested it though.
Yeah, it took me a while.
You're the one that said, "Well, that's pretty cool." Rockandroll.beer for information, and he's gonna. And so, how much can it?
Tom,
what's that?
Let me make this important. The first time this year. The grand opening I can only have 25 people at a time. So I really highly suggest you get online. You can register your time in different time slots online. That way you're going to get in. Otherwise, I have a limit of 25 people at a time. But I will give a free beer to, if you're over 21 years old, a free beer to the first 20 people that register online and show up.
Okay.
They get there, no purchase necessary.
Yeah, this is a novel thing, man. A beer garden that's open limited hours. It's like a speakeasy. Pretty damn cool. To find out more, rockandroll.beer. He is truly a connoisseur when it comes to brewing and an expert. All right, 303-713-8255. Who's been, Kachina, who's been waiting longer, George or William?
William.
Let me go to William. William, what's going on with you? Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, in June of 24, last year, the wife and I bought a brand new Explorer.
Now, that was June of 24?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
We took it in after about 1,500 miles, did our first oil change just to make sure we had where we wanted it. No problem. 5,000 miles later, I take it in for another oil change. Shop calls me, says, hey, you've got stuff in your oil level's high, there's gas in it. We pull a sample, send it out. I call the dealership. Onto a tow truck to the dealership. Give them part of what's left of the sample. They look at that, smell it, and all that. After 2 days, they say, not unusual for a gasoline engine.
What's not unusual? Wait. What is not unusual?
For gasoline to be in the oil and to have whatever was in the oil particulate.
Okay.
Fast forward, it took a couple of weeks, but I finally get my results back. They took 2 days, checked it, nothing's wrong, give it back. I finally get the results from my oil analysis I sent out. It's got a greater than 5% gasoline dilution, and it's got silica, which basically it was the sealant stuff that's in the oil. Okay. I show that to them. They immediately bring it back.
Wait a minute. So your independent oil analysis showed different than what they saw?
They did not do an oil analysis. I gave them what I had left, and they smelled it, looked at it. Oh, there's nothing unusual.
Okay, go ahead.
They took about 2 days checking it. Anyway, so fast forward. I get my analysis back. I send the analysis to the service guy right away, and he's like, bring it in. So I take it in. 19 days later, they were trying to replicate it. They changed the oil. They're trying to replicate it.
So why do you say 19 days later? What's the significance there? Were they working on it for 19 days or what?
They were looking into it. They keep saying no code.
Okay, I got it. And so what did they find? Anything ever?
They did find something. They replicated it, and they found...
What did they find?
High-pressure pump.
What?
High-pressure pump.
Tell me how that would cause all this, guys, a high-pressure pump.
Well, high-pressure pump's mounted to the block, so if it leaks...
But how does a high-pressure pump affect
fuel pump.
oil?
It's high-pressure fuel pump.
It works off...
It is an oil pump.
It's a fuel pump.
But... Okay, and then it's lubricated by oil?
Yep.
Okay, so that's where they
driven
can
by
mix.
chains and different things. So,
so it's an internally lubricated oil pump.
Fuel pump.
Fuel pump, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so then what happened then? Are they going to put a new one in?
They put a new one in, gave it back to me. We're bringing it in every Friday so they can check the oil again. Fast forward after that, 200 miles. 200 miles, it's raising again. It's still putting gasoline in the oil.
God, this sounds like a lemon to me. Why is this happening?
I know. That's why I'm asking for your advice. Took it back to them. They've had it now for another 7 days.
Well, under the lemon law, they only get a certain number of times to fix that.
Yep.
And
that's what I'm wondering.
What about the cumulative? Hold on. How many? What is the cumulative time of a lack of loss of service so far? Because when it gets to 30 days, or has that been amended? It's 30 days still, right?
Everybody's 30 days.
Yeah, Tom, it's still 30 days, but it sounds like he's really knocking on the door of that limit.
Yes, I'm knocking on the door of the limit. I'm at 25, 26 days or more now.
Okay, so what is your question? How to utilize the lemon law?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my question.
Here's how you utilize it. First and foremost, you notify them that they have failed to do this, and this within the allotted time of 30 days cumulative, or the fourth time. It's actually 3 or more times. What it means is the fourth time it has to be fixed. Now, which then you can just say to them in a friendly way, this is going to qualify as a lemon if I go through with this. What are you prepared to do? Will you maybe get me into a new vehicle, buy it back, or do I need to go through the lemon law? That's the very first thing you do. And then let us know what they say, and we'll take it by there, one step at a time. We have attorneys available, but we also have step-by-step available. The very first thing you do is a friendly note to them, an email, and maybe you go in and see them and say, look, you go in and actually meet with the service manager, and you say, look, this is coming close to being called a lemon. What do you plan to do about it?
Hey, Tom, I got a quick update. I just read the updated lemon law.
Yes, sir.
And it lowered the out of service from 30 business days to 24.
Oh, good.
But business days.
24 business days out of service.
Business days. Okay.
So I think the very first, take the friendly approach first. I have this marked in my calendar, in my log, that you called on this day about this, and that you are going to approach the dealer.
Okay.
About specifically, listen, what I want you to do when you do this, you're going to approach him specifically, the dealer, about the lemon law, nothing else. You're not going to ask, when are you going to get it fixed? What are you doing? I'm sick and tired. All you're going to say is this. You're approaching the lemon law, where this is going to be legally considered a lemon. Are you prepared now to help me get out of this car in a friendly way that's not going to cost me money other than the use of the car that I had. Just do that and get back to us. 303-713-8255.
Okay, William, can I get your phone number just in case we need to get a hold of you after you find out what's going on?
Yo! I didn't do it.
And that's 570-556-4795.
Vestera Turnkey. It's a way to become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. And I do believe in this system. I'm doing it myself. You can do it. You can even use retirement money to do it. Ask Vestera how. And they help you. Here's what they do. They identify properties in hot markets and help you acquire it. They earn a commission there. And then they help you. And the reason I say that is because they do have an interest in this, in getting you into a good home. And then you stay in that home a couple years and sell it. People have been getting 30 to 80% returns. They even have a management company to help you rent it and take all of your phone calls. The program is impeccable. Vestera Turnkey. That's mybiggestrureturn.com. 303-888-3788. 888-3788. Hey, Gravina's has the windows you're looking for. If you go to the Gravina's, the one that came from Dad over to 950 West Evans, yeah, Nick worked with his dad, and now, Larry worked with his dad, and now Nick's working with his dad, Larry. It's a tradition most companies wish they had. Gravina's 50 lines of windows. They have siding and doors. And we've not had any complaints about these guys. People love them. If you're looking for a dependable company with great products and great value, then you want 303 Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com. Okay, now I'm going to get pizza or I'm going to kill somebody. I'm going to have the pizza.
But you said you were hungry today.
Oh, I'm gonna go grab some when the line dies down.
So we've been in our house. There wasn't over there. The dog got all the way, and it was just me. Standing there by myself.
Totally missed out.
Already licked every piece. Except for one. You gotta decide.
I'm so glad somebody got those extra peppers. Those are so much. Whose idea was that? Is that your idea to get the peppers?
No. I can tell you right now it was Kelly's.
It wasn't Tom's.
Because she knows that we like peppers on the pizza. She knows he hates them.
Oh, okay.
He's bitching to just smell them in there right now.
Really?
It's totally pungent.
I can actually feel it going in my nose.
Can you really?
Yeah.
So like now, those are like when you're roasting the chilies in the summer. Does that bother you too?
I've never been around.
I love that smell.
I love that smell.
Man.
I have an issue, but since it takes like
I like fresh chilies,
whole
but
day
it's so
and
pain in the ass
I'm
sometimes.
out of it.
Fresh chilies, like when you make
Now
a green
Adam
chili
has to
stuff.
get involved.
I just get a can of diced chilies.
Man, it ain't the same, man.
I know.
Not full.
Well,
They give
I get
me the pills.
two of the baskets.
Knock my ass out.
Roast 'em up.
So I don't.
So you get 2 big
know
bags of them.
anything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And then we let them steam inside the bags overnight.
pretty close, yeah.
Next morning, start
But,
peeling.
Yep.
We're
I'm
also
about
kind of waiting because we don't have
Half,
dental
3/4 way done peeling the
because Adam's still unemployed.
chilies. The wife starts cutting up the pork.
So, but he had a
Then I start
final
cutting up the
interview for a job.
jalapenos and serranos, dicing up the freaking chilies. Hell yeah, baby. It's an all-day project.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's worth it. I think we
given
still
up
have
all hope.
3 tubs of green chili
But-
left.
I love good green chili.
Him finding a
So
job
I got lazy.
almost
Hey,
been a
minute.
year.
As much as I love the flavor.
And we can't file for
Suzanne asked me for
It's a
some.
commitment.
Yeah, Suzanne asked me for some, and I asked her how she liked them because I make like a half and half batch and a hot batch.
No.
Because the guys up in the hunting can't take the hot. So she says, "Oh, I definitely like hot." I said, "How do you like hot?" So I've decided to bring her in the half and half. That was just right for her. Holy shit, this is hot.
My guess.
Your definition of hot and my definition of hot are two very different things.
Maybe June.
But it's only because it's built up. I mean, you make it 1 year for a couple of years, and then after a while, it's like, it's not hot enough anymore. So you just start adding more shit.
The dentist has to open
Family down in New Mexico, so we go down there for a lot of chili.
Go over to Hatch.
Piñons. Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. Hatch chilies are superior to Pueblos.
Tom Martino show?
I don't either. That's why we go to New Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I can.
30 seconds there, Tom.
Pueblo's good for around here, but
All right.
when we have a choice, we're running down there to get it.
Like for a general question or
Yep.
I think he wants more.
just a general question?
We saved you a few.
To stump the mechanics. Got it. All right. Hold on.
That's Dee's job.
Talking to more.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. CastleRockHomeShow.com. Don't forget, it's up and running for 20 minutes now all weekend. It's a really fun thing to do. I'm going to be there. George has an issue with his engine.
Yeah.
George, what's the issue with your engine?
Well, it's got a blown number 5 cylinder, and it's a 6.2 liter engine. There's a lot of information on the web about.
Now, how long have you had this? What is this engine in?
It's in a 2020 GMC Sierra Denali. Give you a little backstory. I'm a dialysis patient, and we bought this car because I have to go to the doctor a lot and different dialysis-related issues. My wife is still working. I'm retired. I ended up having to retire because of COVID. I was in the electrical business with Excel Energy for 46 years. Just kind of a backstory. We bought the car from O'Meara Buick GMC in Denver on 104th.
When did you buy it?
And we bought the car on March 15th, I believe.
Of what?
We have this year.
Oh, you just bought the car.
And yes. And we bought, what we did, we bought the power drivetrain through Assurance. And we paid $6,900 for it.
And who did you buy it from? You said you bought it from the dealer?
Yes, from O'Meara.
Okay.
Yes. And we bought it, and we thought, oh well, we're covered. I mean, we've been without the truck.
Well, what is this? Wait. How much did you pay for this warranty?
$6,900.
So you said that's a lot of money for a warranty. And what is that supposed to cover?
It's supposed to cover my powertrain, which is anything that's lubricated, that turns. There's a bunch of specifics.
Have you guys ever seen these warranties honored, ever, these powertrains?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Okay.
That is high, though, for just a powertrain.
I mean, that is way high.
That's up there.
Yeah, and this is our second policy. We have another car, a different car without any problems. We bought the insurance policy. I'm older. I can't work on my cars anymore. I'm pretty disabled. I can't move around.
Okay, so tell me what the problem is.
Well, we called, we took it to a local shop because there are no GMC dealers.
But what was the problem? You didn't tell me what the problem was. But how do you know that? That's what I'm getting at. How do you know you had a misfire?
Well, it's actually a bad cylinder now.
But how did you know that? Were you driving around one day and thought, I have a bad cylinder?
It's got a miss in it, a significant miss in it.
And did anyone tell you it was a particular cylinder, or did you just do that on your own?
No, Bullet Service here in Fort Morgan, Colorado did all the diagnostics.
Got it.
The Really
That's
good
what I
shop.
wanted to know. I wanted to make sure the dealer can't say, well, how do you know what you have? You didn't have it. So you had it diagnosed, took it to the dealer, and then what?
Well, I had it diagnosed here, and I was told that they denied coverage. And I said, how can you deny coverage, assurance? And they told me because it's put on hold.
What do you mean?
I said, well, where's that in my policy?
What does that mean? What was put on hold? What was put on hold?
That's what they told me. And I said, where's that in my policy? They said, well, it's not in your policy. It's an agreement we have with that dealership.
No, wait.
The dealership.
The warranty company said, George, your policy isn't in effect because we're on hold with that dealer?
Yeah, for 90 days.
90 days.
Well, what does that mean? Why do you know about this?
Because I had a car bought up here, a Subaru. They did a warranty. The car blew up when they left the lot. The lot had to fix it.
So it's like with a health insurance
You have to wait.
You have to wait a waiting period.
Yeah, pre-existing conditions.
Oh, I get it. So there's a waiting period. So they don't want dealers selling these things and then somebody putting in a new transmission that the dealer should have done.
So I assume it's going to have to go back to the dealer because they're the ones that.
So listen. So bottom line, George, that warranty company is correct. If it's a brand new warranty, how long after this warranty did you discover the? When did you discover the misfire? Right away?
He just bought it in March.
Within about a week.
That warning period, that waiting period, or that coverage. That exclusion period is to try to weed out pre-existing conditions.
Right. So there's a little more to the story.
But hold on. There's no George, just hold on. There's no reason to go on with your story if you're trying to get the warranty to cover it. I'm just going to tell you straight up. It will not cover it. Nothing in your story will make it covered.
So the dealership told me, okay, we'll cover it.
Good.
But they haven't done a thing. They're not doing anything. No, I can't get anybody to call me back. And my truck's still in a repair shop.
Well, first of all, let me just say something to you. I'm going to give you the real, just stark answer. Okay? You're in the waiting period for the warranty. And technically, that dealer has no obligation to you. They sold it as is, subject to the warranty. They did not put their own warranty on it. I'm just telling you a fact of life. I'm not telling you that I'm happy about it. I'm not telling you we won't try to help you. We will. But I am telling you that in the strictest sense, they owe you nothing.
Well, I've done a lot of searching on the web, and there is a class action suit that was filed in Georgia, and I don't know if I need to.
What was it about, George? What was it about?
It was about these specific engines and causing failures as they're going down the road. And the National Transportation and Health Advisory.
Good.
Safety
That's good that
Committee
you found that out. But you do understand it will take years for that, or maybe even months to be resolved. Then you'll have to apply. Yeah. Most people in a class action don't get much of anything. I'm trying to be straight with you so you don't waste a lot of time. I am telling you that the class action is not going to be your solution.
Right. So they're just leading me on at the dealership. That's what's going on now.
And now they're leading you. What is your definition of leading you on? How are they leading you on?
They told me that they'd come and pick up the truck and they would take care of all the repairs.
Why would they say that to him?
If they're going to, I would just be patient and continue to work with them because, like Tom said, they don't have any rights.
No, they don't. But why are they leading them on? Why are they shining them on?
How long ago did they tell you that they're going to come pick up your car?
4 days ago, they said they were going to come pick up my car. It's sitting over at a repair shop, and they found engines. I've done a lot of research on this. It's hard to find parts. GM doesn't have parts anymore.
Yes, you are correct.
It's a very common problem with these 6.2s, and they lock up because of lack of oil. The piston.
Listen, nobody. Here's the thing. Here's the thing I want to just say. Okay, and I don't mean to put down what you're saying. I believe everything you're saying. But the point I'm trying to make is, all of this information you're finding out means nothing. I mean, you don't have to establish the engine is bad. And the more you discover doesn't make your claim more, doesn't make it better. I mean, you don't have to do it. It's already established. You don't have to waste your time doing that. You're trying to find out dirt on this engine. There's plenty of dirt. The point is, who's responsible?
Why are they leading me on at the dealership? That call.
That's the only question we have. Listen, George. The only thing we're dealing with now is this: do they owe you anything, and are they going to step up? I'll have Deputy D call them and see if they voluntarily want to step up and help you.
Yeah, George, Kelly's going to get your phone number, and if you can give her your number and also the name of the person at O'Mara who told you that they're going to repair your vehicle, I'll follow up with that person immediately within the next few minutes.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplan.
I wouldn't get frustrated till like 22 days, though. Yeah. Realistically.
4 years until the parts come in.
That's why I was like, 4 days, dude. That's like. Trust me, they ain't ignoring you yet. 40 days, maybe, but. And I do know about the engines. We work for a limo company up here in Denver. They bring us limos.
We all got 6.2s in them.
They all are Cadillac Escalades. All 6 of them. And 4 of them we've torn apart and did the rockers in them. 2 of them we've done engines in already. But he's got 300,000-400,000 miles on these things. 18, 19s, and 20s.
So he's well ahead.
And I'm like, dude, you have so many miles on these. Why don't you go buy another one? George! I'm like,
What do you get, a 6-year?
So he's paying me 10, 12, 13,000 to put engines in and continuing to pay him off. He wants to get 400K on all of them. I'm like, dude, you're crazy. But if you want, we'll keep putting engines up.
ZeroResDenver.com. They're going to help you get clean carpets with a healthy home and a healthy indoor environment. I love ZeroRes. Here's the deal. Right now, you can get 3 rooms starting at just $109, $75 off duct cleaning. But I wouldn't call ZeroRes for the price. Of course, they have great prices, great value. I call them for the way they make your carpets like new, smell like new, be like new, feel like new, and they're clean like new. Why? Because they take out all the residue, all the crap, all the allergens, all the pathogens, and leave nothing behind. That's why it's called ZeroRes. ZeroResDenver.com. The cleanest clean you'll ever get. A zero-resified clean. And I mean zero. That means your carpets are healthy. They feel good, look good, safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. Carpets get clean faster, stay clean longer. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. American Financing and I have partnered up to help consumers get out of high-interest debt. Now, as you know, I do investment advisement on the side, and one thing I always recommend, the truth. Don't even bother investing or trying to save money if, in fact, all you have is high-interest debt. Get rid of that first. You can do that with an American Financing line of credit or a refi. You can call. They'll counsel you on what's best. 303-695-7000. Call them and talk to one of their people. They won't push into anything that won't make you in a better situation. The rates are now into the 5s. You can get rid of 14, 18, 24% interest rates on credit cards. Do it now. 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net. I'm sorry. Is there any pizza left?
Yep.
I think he's calling us pigs.
He inferred something, though. I wasn't sure he would. He looked at Jeff when he said it. I don't know.
I didn't hear what he said, so it didn't bother me.
I don't think much does. So.
Yeah, I heard what he said. It still didn't bother me.
Yeah.
Today to answer.
It just seems lately warranty companies are making us work way too fucking hard for these claims.
It's getting worse. And the longer they put them off, consumers move on.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're finding.
Last one we had, the guy let the car go back for repo. You know, he got so pissed. Tore out a rear end. And, you know, first thing we did is inspect, and call the adjuster. He comes out and pulls the fill plug. And since no fluid came out, therefore it was underfilled. And I'm like, dude, where the fuck is that written? Besides, we pulled the plug. That's the first thing we did. So it came out when, well, you should have waited for me to get here.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Some of them can be absolutely.
We fought this thing so hard. The guy's like, you know what? They can have their fucking car back. So we ended up charging, I can't remember which dealership it was, Driveline or one of these, and they ended up paying us $3,000 in storage. And it was like, the hell with you guys. Hey, this guy's crap, man. You know, fix the guy's car.
That sucks, man. How disappointing.
But stuff like that, I'm just like, you know, and I want to work with my customer.
They're pushing it on TV. They're mailing them out, and people are falling for it. It's like, man.
There's a new one that's
every one of them has
came
a
out
cap.
once before, and then now this one, if you don't change your oil in the first 500 miles of ownership, your warranty is void. And it says that in big letters on the first page of the warranty.
And you know they don't see that.
Nobody
reads that shit.
Who
No,
reads? They
absolutely
shove it in the
not.
glove box.
Wait, what does it say on the first page?
You must change your oil within 500 miles of the date of purchase to activate this warranty.
Wow.
No refunds, no nothing will be da-da-da-da-da.
And nobody does it. Nobody
ever
read
reads
it.
It's in a package of paperwork in your glove box. You know? Or like you said, they're capping them. You know?
Oh, they definitely in the cap ain't.
You need a
much for engine.
$13,000 engine.
Yeah.
You know, and
Well,
we'll pay $4,900 towards it.
But it was $7,000 worth of insurance. We know, but the cap is still $4,500.
Yeah, because of the mileage, the color of your vehicle, or something.
So even if we fixed the max $4,500, I still made $1,500 just collecting.
Yeah, the cap.
.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices. You'll get great drinking water. Get all the chemicals out, the chlorine out, the fluoride, all that crap, and you will get pure drinking water plus pure water for your home for under $4,000. Plumbers can't touch it for over 10 or 15 or 20. I'm telling you. You'll never find prices this low in quality, this good. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Okay, JR has some fun. JR, go ahead with your fun.
Okay, so three questions real quick.
He wants to try to stump our car people. So go ahead with your first one.
Okay, the first question, what is an Easter egg on a vehicle? Number two, what is your favorite one? And then number three, the stumper. What vehicle has a large dinosaur eating a small dinosaur as their Easter egg?
And by the way, Easter eggs in general is a topic for anything hidden within an app or a product or an interface. It's not just exclusive to vehicles. But there have been
about vehicles because
no, I understand it's car day and we're talking about vehicles. I did not know there were Easter eggs in vehicles at all. I didn't know it.
You the answer to the question, Tom.
Okay.
So, what is an Easter egg? You already answered that, but what is your favorite for the mechanics that they have run into? And which vehicle has the Easter egg of a large dinosaur eating a small dinosaur?
Okay, I know nothing about these. Have you ever seen an Easter egg?
I've never seen one, quite frankly. Today I found out there are some, and I have no intention of chasing them to find out what they are.
Now, do you have to, can I ask you something, JR? Do Easter eggs reveal themselves, or do you have to execute some, press certain buttons?
A lot of them are like lights. When you open a door, the puddle light will shine a projection of like a pony for the Mustang. You know, things like that.
Mark always talks about his Easter egg.
Which one does Mark have?
His car glows red when it's defrosting or something.
And it farts.
Yeah, he's got the whoopee cushion.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
No, fully.
Yeah, they all have little design things.
And
I'm
what
not
about-
sure which one has the dinosaur, though.
So which one, tell us, JR, which one has the big dinosaur eating a little one?
So it's the TRX.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
It has a picture of a Tyrannosaurus X eating a raptor.
Interesting. I didn't know that one.
Now, is that, do you see that on the main display? Is that where you see it?
No, it's actually under the breather in the engine.
Really?
So once again, it's an Easter egg. You got to find
Now,
it.
wait a minute. I know somebody who had a Jeep, and what if they put rubber ducks on Jeeps? Why is that? I saw a parking lot one time, and I saw at least 3 Jeeps that had rubber ducks on them, or on the dash, or hanging from the mirror, and then another Jeep owner walked by and hung a rubber duck on the guy's mirror. Does anyone know?
Do that for fun. It's some sort of yuppie thing. I don't know. I left a mallard on somebody's once and they got pissed.
But did you see though? Have you seen that duck thing with the Jeep owners? What is
and
that?
It used to just be for the regular Jeep style Jeep, but now they're doing it for Cherokees and everything else. It's something they do for fun.
It's a
Jeep thing. JR, have you heard about that?
It's a Jeep thing.
Huh?
Yes, it's a Jeep thing. I used to have a Jeep. It's a Jeep thing.
It's a Jeep thing.
But anyway, the TRX, the T-Rex eating the Raptor, that's a slam against Ford.
Oh.
For their Raptor. TRX is beating the Raptor.
Okay, I get it. Okay, what other things can you stump us with? JR?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have anything else.
Oh, okay. I thought you were okay. Do you have Stump the Mechanic? Dimitri usually does it.
Yeah, I sure do.
All right.
So, guys, this is kind of an inside story, but a few days ago, Tom and I discussed this product, this oil additive that he's very familiar with that used to be on the market called CLM. And basically, I looked into it. What that was is you pour it in, and it adds these microspheres of solid metal. And what they are copper, powdered lead, graphite, and some kind of a dispersion chemical for that.
Is molybdenum in it? Or
I thought
molybdenum?
so. I don't see it on the package right now.
It. Okay.
And, you know, the first question I had in my mind was, why do that? And Tom's response was that he was involved in testing this product, or at least demonstrating it, and they put it in the oil. They took the car to the racetrack, drained all the oil out. The car ran, for like an hour or something before it finally, before it finally gave up.
It didn't even give up. We stopped.
Oh, you did stop.
Yeah.
Okay, I just assumed
it never
ceased up. So, guys, I guess my question is this: I don't intend to run my car without oil. So, first of all, 2 questions. Why would I want that in my engine, in my crankcase? And 2, by the way, this is a product from the 80s. And with today's VVTi, like my beloved Toyota has, am I going to cause any negative side effects to the variable valve timing gears?
Explain what you said your car has.
VVTi is variable valve timing. Right,
small screens, little holes, things you pass through.
So, A, is there any benefit? And B, regardless of whether or not there's any benefit to me, who changes his oil every 3,000 miles, could I actually cause unintended problems by pouring this kind of stuff into my crankcase?
I would say, depending on how thick the additive is, or the
it's
medical
not an
particles.
additive.
The
metal it is an
particles,
additive. I'm sorry.
They can, micron size is everything. It just depends on how big it is.
Because what it did in the past, we took the engine apart.
Sure.
It literally coated it.
Well,
not just coated it, it literally plated the insides of the cylinders where not all of it, but where it was pitted and stuff. Sure. It just perfected the inside of the engine.
Yep.
It was amazing stuff.
It's called
and then
technology.
we tried to chip it out of there, and it's almost like when it got melted, and it was almost like welded on there. It was amazing.
I would say the reason why you would use it is you never know when you're going to drop your oil.
Or just reduce friction.
Driving down the road and you hit something in the road and the oil falls out, like it happens.
Yeah, it's a similar concept to today's liquid moly.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is liquid moly?
Yeah, very similar to what the stuff you're talking about.
Okay.
But it was designed more for European vehicles.
Now, the man that developed it, he and his brother, Jack Mack, I used to joke and say Jack Mack and the heart attack.
And Patrick Mack.
That's his brother.
Yeah.
Jack and Pat, they did this together. And then there's a guy, Peter Chun, who bought it. And I lost track of it after that. Do you show anything about Peter Chun owning it now?
No, just the 2 Mack brothers and their lawyer, Irving Vaughn from Littleton.
And they were such cool men. They were very smart men. Very. They had other inventions on the market. And this CLM never took off, and I could never figure out why. People would put all kinds of crap in their engines, but this CLM was absolutely the best. All right, I'll come back to more on the Troubleshooter Show, and I will talk. People have been asking me about that motorcycle accident coming up. What did I say, motorcycle? I meant helicopter. Sorry. Yeah.
I stole it from in there.
Yeah.
Look up the back, just tore up.
Absolutely.
The boom.
What was that other ad that was out for? Slick 50.
Kevin, thank you for the
STP.
Doc did the pizza today.
Doc, thank you very much for that delicious pizza.
Thank you.
The quality of
We all take
ingredients is
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
and that's probably what made it
I'll be
hard
gone
to
when
get
the day comes. That's my turn.
Sometimes
You got to prove
I got spots coming up,
I
guys.
have
I
something.
think it was $40, $50 a bottle, too.
Yeah, you buy a $5 thing. You probably might
Okay.
have problems with your BBT.
But I buy the pizza out of my salary that I get here.
You know, I love companies with heritage and quality, and GenesisTotalExteriors.com is one of them. Marc Szymanski runs the place, and I've known Mark for many years. Now, Mark, you've had all kinds of products and services that are quality and good, and you have something you want to talk about today. What is GACO? Am I pronouncing it properly, or GACO?
GACO.
GACO.
GACO is a fluid-applied roofing membrane. So if you have a flat roof, whether it's commercial or your house has a flat roof, this is the perfect product for a flat roof. It's 100% silicone. It never wears away. If it happens to have a little tear or something, you just go put some more on top of it. But the neat thing is, you don't have to take your old roof off. If you have a damaged old metal roof, EPDM or TPO, or tar and gravel roof, we could put this product right on top of any of those products, and you're going to have a watertight roof that's going to last forever.
Wow, this is incredible and such a big savings to businesses. I don't know if you know this, Mark, but Marc Mager was having a little issue with his motorhome roof. And I said, you ought to ask Szymanski if you can put that stuff on a motorhome. But did he ever call you about that?
He didn't. I'll be out there. Well, he's gone next week, but I'll be out there the week after. But no, we can coat the top of a motorhome with this product. And it's actually a lot better than you see a lot of just water-based products that you put on.
Yeah.
Those wear away. They wear away. They can't hold pounding water. If you have a roof that has a low area on it and you have ponding water, this product stands up to ponding water.
Gosh, that's so cool.
Great product.
Great. So, thank you so much. That is Marc Szymanski, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, always with the best products and services. And this one is GACO, which is a membrane that you pour over an existing roof to renew it for life. And that's 303-679-8509. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. All right. Now let's talk about Vestera Turnkey. If you're looking for real estate and you want to be a landlord, don't do it in Denver. It doesn't pay. In fact, there are many markets where it doesn't pay. How do I know? Because I'm going by the research conducted by Vestera. Now, Barry Miller and his team, that's their superpower. They do this research to show the best markets for market appreciation and for rents. And they help you buy a home in that market. They help you sell a home when it's ready. And they help you in between with the management. So all of it is like turnkeys, thus hence the name VesteraTurnkey.com. 303-888-3788. 303-888-3788. All right. If you're looking for windows, siding, and doors, you're looking at Gravina's, I hope. 950 West Evans. This is the Gravina family, and they are still going strong. 50 lines of windows, not one. You know, beware of companies that have one product because they're going to push you to that one product. Gravina's has 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors, and they are there for you. Gravinas.com. Gravinas, Gravinas.com, or the number 303-GRAVINA.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
That'd be a fun job, wouldn't it? Try to eliminate iguanas in Florida.
Walk around shooting them all day.
Yep. Yeah, because they just destroy stuff. Those things. Like the banks on all the canals and stuff were caving in because they dig holes out. It's crazy.
Why do they want to get rid of iguanas?
Because they're evasive, and two, they're damaging all the structures. They dig under foundations.
Iguanas?
Oh, yeah, they're very destructive.
They eat good, though.
But how much damage can they do? I mean, an iguana.
Well, the banks.
Oh, some of those things.
Iguanas are 4 feet long.
These things get
They're 30 pounds
bigger than a dog.
What, did they dig out a whole new basement?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah.
Put your house in the ground.
starts sinking.
they dig out that much?
Oh, yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, the banks on all the canals are caving in because they're burrowing into the banks.
They're killing them?
They're hiring people to kill them.
That's
No,
awful.
they're shooting. So
Why is that awful? Just throw a big barbecue, man.
No, they can just, sterilize them somehow so they don't reproduce.
Yeah, because there's another cost associated to that.
What are you talking about?
They tried to do that. They tried to make that argument years ago for sterilizing some of the elk population up in.
I remember
Park.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. DOW's like, you guys got the money?
Yeah.
That's before they mixed DOW together with the parks, man. That was one of the worst things they ever fucking did.
Those people are scumbags.
But iguanas were not originally here. They have no enemies.
Nothing eats an iguana?
No, kind of like the snakes. There's no
They should just, they should, see, they have plenty of that in Florida.
Huh?
They have plenty of alligators.
Okay, well, so instead of shooting them, they should just throw them in the water?
No, they just, maybe.
But if they catch them swimming, they'll eat them, but they won't go on land to catch them.
They're too fast.
Yeah.
The sharks won't either.
What?
The sharks won't either. It's like Easter eggs. You've been to the Denver Museum of Natural History?
Oh, yeah.
All the backgrounds that are all painted and whatnot.
Dioramas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you look around, I think there's 9, might be 11, but I think it's 9 gnomes.
Really?
That are painted in the back.
But there were only 7 in the story.
Hey, those were dwarfs. These are gnomes.
Clever.
If you go around, if you got to watch, but every now and then you'll find one of particular ones. We found 5, I think.
Wow, I'm totally going to look for them now. That is very clever.
Yeah, you do have to hunt for them.
That is very, very clever.
They're saying that the iguanas are decimating the bird population because they eat eggs. In the burrows and in the trees and everything.
I know they were having problems with pythons out there, too.
Mm-hmm.
You would think, like, you have to register your dog and your cat. They'd make you register your snakes and your iguanas, but they don't. And that's part of the problem, because you don't, and you just throw them out. Move on with your day.
I got a letter from the city.
You're kidding me.
Telling me that I had not registered my 2 cats that I adopted a few years ago.
I don't think I ever registered a cat.
You have to.
I'm not going to register my guns. I'm sure as fuck never going to register my cats.
The cats are more dangerous, probably more destructive, too.
I outlined my middle finger on that letter with a Sharpie, and I mailed it back to the city, and never heard a word back from them.
Next animal catcher will be out trying to capture them.
Yeah, they can
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Starts Friday at 2 on 630 KL.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Pete wants to talk about the ignition problem with a 2021 Toyota Tacoma. So let's talk about that, Pete.
Hey, Tom. It's my daughter's truck, and over the past few months, she had noticed that when she turned off the ignition, if the steering wheel didn't lock, when she got back in, she couldn't start her truck, and she would have to physically turn the steering wheel about to turn the wheels about 30 to 45 degrees and make it lock, and then she could start the truck.
And then once she started it, she can drive it. Everything's normal.
It's fine, yeah. And here in the past few weeks, it got progressively worse. So we took it in to get it looked at. And one of the solutions to fix it was a new key.
What do you mean a new key?
Basically to have a new key cut.
So this isn't push button, it's key operated?
No, it's key operated, yes.
And did it work?
And that seemed to work. It worked. So I'm just trying to, the mechanic said he sprayed graphite in the ignition where you put the key in, and they cut the new key, and he's not sure what fixed it.
So now it doesn't have to be, the wheel doesn't have to be locked any longer.
No.
That just doesn't make sense to me, guys.
It's a weird one.
So the key, when she went to start it before, she had to turn her wheel until it locked for her to start it.
That is correct.
And now with a new key, she doesn't have to do that.
She doesn't have to do that.
So let me ask you this. When she would try to start it before, would the key not turn at all? Or would it turn and just not start? Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense then.
Turn at all.
So there's a cylinder inside that reads the teeth of a key. You stick those keys in your pocket, in your purse, you hang it on the wall. You can chip one of those teeth off, and it doesn't read where you stick it in.
Or wear them down.
Right. So in this case, it's pretty new.
But
so
then
I
why would it work when it was locked?
Because then you're using a different force measure. When you lock it in place, it drops another key slot in. So it's like teethed out. So when you lock it, it drops a back one in. So now he's releasing that to open it, and that's why it's going forward. So it's the fourth back key switch. We've seen weird ones because I work on Hondas a lot, and the CRVs had tons and tons of issues with the keys, and people would always fight us with it. It's like, look, just let me cut a key and show you. So you cut the key, and then everything works normal, and they're like, oh, that's easy. It does weird stuff.
It was incredible. Well, thank you for explaining it. I was just curious because I'm like, why does a new key make it work? But that's exactly what happened. I do appreciate it.
You know what? That just goes to show you, as they say, AFM, it ain't whatever, magic. Anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I will address, I promise, the helicopter crash people have been asking me that, and I will tell you exactly what it is, no shadow of any doubt. And I will put my name behind it.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Frank Duran, the real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to aggressively market your home.
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative, and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
For all things real estate, do not hesitate to call 303-920-1622 or get tips online at frankdurantherealestateman.com.
This is Denver's talk station.
That's the best it's ever sounded.
630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver.
An iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After backing down on reciprocal tariffs for most countries, President Trump doubled down on levies on Chinese goods, now set at 145%. China, in turn, raising tariffs to 125% on U.S. imports starting tomorrow and has not reached out to talk. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president is open to trade talks with China's leader and remains optimistic, but did not explain why he's optimistic.
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway.
Consumer sentiment is down over the tariff troubles. Rita Pin-Ahrens is owner of Child's Play Toy Shop in Washington, D.C.
We've already had some manufacturers increase prices on us.
So yesterday we saw a surcharge, as it said specifically that it was a tariff surcharge of 15% on an invoice.
Costs that will likely get passed on to the consumer. This is ABC News. A Hollywood leading man now says he's fighting a deadly disease. ABC's Rhiannon Alley has more.
Actor Eric Dane says he has been diagnosed with ALS. The 52-year-old plays a dad in the hit show Euphoria, but he's perhaps best known for his role as Mark Sloan on Grey's Anatomy. Dane is married with 2 daughters, and he told People magazine, "I feel fortunate that I am able to continue working, and I'm looking forward to returning to the set of Euphoria next week. I kindly ask that you give my family and I privacy."
Prosecutors and attorneys for former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, Mike Jeffries, submitted a letter today to the courts telling the judge they say the 80-year-old is suffering from dementia and is not competent to stand trial on sex trafficking charges. Jeffries pleaded not guilty to charges back in October. And measles cases on the rise in 24 states. Nationwide, the CDC shows there are more than 700 confirmed cases, the majority of cases in Texas. You're listening to ABC News.
Sharing has never meant as much as it does now. We share the things we love most in life for the world to see. But what if we could actually do more with our sharing than just collect likes? What if this sharing could be used to make a difference? Now there's a place where we can put all that sharing to good use. The National MS Society is asking people to make a difference and share what they love with someone else who loves it too. Whether it's surfing, dancing, or whatever is important to you, we've created a place that'll help you get your experience out to the world. If you have a story, share it. If you have a solution, share that too. Join us at wearestrongerthanms.org, because together we are stronger.
K-How News Time, 103.
Colorado Democratic Senator Michael Bennet today announcing he will run for governor in 2026. Bennett says he's running to build a brighter future in Colorado and give people a chance at a better life. Attorney General Phil Weiser also is running for governor in 2026. Facing a shortfall of over $1 billion, Colorado legislators are having to make tough decisions when it comes to next year's budget. The House passed the 2025-26 budget yesterday, 44-21, on a nearly party line vote. Transportation programs and grants saw some of the biggest cuts. Democratic Representative Shannon Byrd, vice chair of the Joint Budget Committee, tells Fox 31 most of the cuts were to multimodal transportation initiatives like bike lanes and jogging paths.
The cuts that we made will not impact investment in roads and bridges. Those are things that would be the very last cuts to be made.
The budget bill now goes back to the legislature's budget panel since there are differences between the House and Senate versions. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
It's Friday, which means you're looking at your usual busy spots throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock hour. 6th Avenue westbound, recent stall just after Federal has all cleared up. We're still seeing some sluggish driving back from I-25. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through town, some slower speeds. Southbound I-25 between I-70 and Colfax. The DIA I-70 eastbound, lots of cars on the road between Havana and Pena Boulevard. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
It's never been done before. iHeartRadio and America's favorite TV show, Wheel of Fortune, come together for 1 week only. Music lovers from across the country play for incredible iHeartRadio experiences.
iHeartRadio Jingle Ball Concert.
Music Festival.
iHeartRadio Music Award.
And you can win too. Play along all week at WheelOfFortune.com and you could find yourself at an unforgettable iHeartRadio event.
Start spinning. Good luck.
All this week.
iHeartRadio Week on Wheel of Fortune with me, Ryan Seacrest. Check it out.
March, when spring springs into action. Is your AC ready? Beat the rush. Save money. Just $39 for the Fix-It 24/7 Extreme Clean. You'd pay hundreds elsewhere. But for new customers, the Extreme Deal, $39 for the Extreme Clean, up to 2 hours, will get rid of the #1 killer of ACs, dirt. Increase efficiency up to 30% with a no breakdown guarantee. FixMyHome.com.
Fix it 24/7. We'll be there on the double.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Grateful for President Trump.
I think he's doing a great job.
The right place.
The next 4 years.
For your kind of talk.
Just going to be incredible.
Can't wait.
Denver's talk station.
A nice, healthy conversation.
Definitely moving in the right direction.
630 KHAL.
Yeah.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We've had an action-packed car day today with calls out to Yin Yang. And I'm not sure what a Yin Yang is, but it was out at 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. We also have 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. So there was a helicopter crash. Whenever there's a helicopter crash, I take great note because I've been flying them for about 21 years, 22 years. And I have a lot of hours because I own my own helicopter. I also have been flying fixed wings for 50 years. I don't profess to be an expert. I don't reconstruct accidents or anything like that. But when something is glaring, for example, if you saw an accident where somebody was ejected through the windshield onto the hood or to the front of the car, and you saw that the seat belts were fastened behind the person or not used, you would conclude the person was not wearing a seatbelt and they suffered catastrophic injuries. I mean, it's not a big, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure that one out. There are some things that are so obvious when it comes to crashes, when it comes to events, that people don't have to be geniuses. Well, when I was learning helicopters, there was something that was textbook, when it came to helicopter crashes. And I'll explain it to you. First and foremost, a helicopter flies with a rotor system pulling the helicopter. It pulls it in each direction. That rotor is on top of the helicopter, but can move independently of the helicopter. It just does. That's the mast. The mast is the stick. Then the rotor blades are on top. Now that rotor hub assembly is made to articulate or move separate from the helicopter. So when you're in a helicopter flying through turbulence, the blades absorb a lot of that turbulence and react to it, and the helicopter cabin remains relatively stable. Because of this relationship, you have to have a positive G-force on that cabin at all times, meaning you're flying through the air, letting that pull them through the air. It's like if you had a string, and at the bottom of the spring was a big giant nut, and your hand was holding that string, you put it around your finger. So now that string is it just shows you that the nut is the helicopter, your hand is the rotor system, and that string in between is kind of like your mast, okay? The mast is not flexible, but it does allow for the rotor to kind of move independently with these series of rods and joints. It moves independently. Trust me when I tell you that. The reason positive G-force is needed. What is a positive G-force? Okay. If you're going really fast forward, you have backward pressure on you. If you were in a jet plane, that backward pressure is a G-force. Now, if you climb straight up, you'd have that G-force pushing everything down. If you were diving, you would have that G-force on you. The time you don't have a G-force, when it's called negative G's, would be this. That jet goes straight up in the air, then makes a little mountain over to dive down. You know, that the top of the arc. And in that short time, it's at the top of the arc and it falls. That's negative G's. That's where you feel like you're floating out of your seat. That's different than a positive G. A positive G cements you to your seat. A negative G lifts you up because at that moment, the helicopter is dropping or the aircraft is dropping faster than you. So you raise up out of the seat. That's what causes a negative G. At that point, you're weightless because the helicopter is dropping beneath you. But because you have a seat belt, you don't hit the ceiling. You have a seat belt that keeps you in the seat. But if you took the seat belt off, you'd float out of the seat. That would be a negative G. On the day of this accident, they were reporting very gusty winds. There's nothing wrong with helicopters and gusty winds most of the time. If you maintain positive G forces on the helicopter, that means when you feel a gust coming, you don't let it pick you up and slam you down because there's a possibility during that slamming you down part, the wind, the gusts, the turbulence, you would be in a negative G position. So you try to maintain a speed and a stick force that would have positive G's on the helicopter. And you go through your bumps and like everything else, and you fly through it. But if you are not attentive to these gusts and you were at the top of one and then it lets you down into negative G's, you have to react in a very particular way to recover the helicopter, or this is what happens. By the way, that's one way of entering into negative G's, wind gusts and turbulence. That's involuntary. It enters you into a negative G. Another way of entering into negative G's or negative gravity is if you ever took a helicopter on purpose and went up and then pushed the stick over and tried to do like a wee bump, like in a car, wee. Well, on that wee, that would be negative G's. That's a no-no in most helicopters. That when I say most, that means two-bladed helicopters. So when you are maybe running out of gas or have a bad engine, and all of a sudden you try to keep it flying, and when it becomes apparent you can't fly, and your blades slow down, that becomes also a negative G situation where those blades are no longer holding you up. They're flopping. They're flapping. That's called blade flap. That's also a result of negative G's. So there is absolutely zero chance that this helicopter was anything but a mast bump caused by negative G's. What is a mast bump? If you hold up your index finger and then put your other hand flat on top of that index finger, the hand on top flat is your rotor. It moves with the wind. It moves with the controls. The finger connects you to the helicopter, which is your fist below, and it flies through the air. When you have a negative G and you are temporarily not moving in the same direction as the fuselage, sometimes the mast, if the pilot inputs pressure during that time, he's turning the helicopter, but the rotor's not following. Therefore, the rotor bends down and scrapes the mast it's attached to. That shears the mast off, and the helicopter rotor goes flying. Exactly what happened today. Or was it today or yesterday? Today. Yesterday. Another thing happens. While it is shearing off the mast, cutting off its own connection to the helicopter, it often strikes the tail boom and cuts it off. What you saw was a textbook example. There is no doubt it was a mast bump. No doubt. The rotor bumped the mast sheared it off, it hit the tail boom, and the tail boom sheared off. You had three distinct pieces: the tail cone, the rotor, and the fuselage with people in it. They were all doomed. Now, the reason for the mast bump is up for debate. Did the pilot input some wrong controls? Was he running out of gas and did something stupid, like tried to keep it aloft too long and let the blades run out of inertia to where they slowed down and flapped? Or was it a wind gust that picked up the helicopter and the pilot did not react properly and it slammed the helicopter down into a negative G position where the mast was sheared off? It could be anything, but no matter what, the end result was a mast bump, blade flap, and death. Absolutely positive. I don't care about the NTSB must say they're investigating. They must say it. And they're going to investigate. And they're going to want to see the toxicology reports on the pilot and all of that. They want to make sure, what happened. But I will tell you, there is absolutely zero doubt when you study the laws of physics and the aerodynamics of a helicopter as to what happened. The rotor became detached from the mast. That happens with what's called a mast bump due to negative G's. Then the rotor sheared off the tail. That's what happened.
Will that show up on the black boxes, Tom?
No, of course not. Of course not. There's no black box that would show that ever. Never. Nope. First of all, helicopters, I don't know of a helicopter with a black box. But
this is the commercial one.
It doesn't matter.
So I assume
I know of no helicopters with black boxes.
Oh, really?
But let's pretend one has one. What it senses is control inputs and speed and altitude and all of that. A mast bump, you couldn't even put a sensor there for a mast bump. It's like saying, do you have a sensor for when a wing falls off an aircraft?
I was just asking.
Would the black box show a wing falling off? No, it wouldn't. It would just show the catastrophic result. So the point, and the point is this. There is one other remote possibility. I doubt it was this. But I'm sure I'm going to get these so-called experts saying, well, Tom, you said it was 100% certainty it was a mast bump. Okay, there is one other possibility. There's something called a Jesus bolt in a helicopter. A Jesus bolt. Sometimes it's more than one bolt, but we call it a Jesus bolt. It is the point of failure to where the rotor system would depart from the aircraft. So we call it the Jesus bolt because if it ever comes loose, you say, oh, Jesus. Okay, so here's the thing. They will look at that rotor system and see if the Jesus bolt is still there. Most likely it is. Jesus bolts very seldom fail. Okay, but that could happen. They were flying along, all of a sudden the Jesus bolt broke, the rotor came off, sheared off the tail. So that is one possibility. My odds would be 99.9% it's a mast bump caused by improper inputs or quick or too slow of an input to react by the pilot, but caused by either a wind or an engine failure and blade flap. There was a mast bump. Or the Jesus bolt failed. But I promise you, you follow it along. This is on a recording, right? My podcast is going to be here for a long time, and you tell me if I'm wrong. It will absolutely, positively be what I said it was going to be. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
When you talk about positive G's, if the helicopter is flying along, there's no G-forces except for gravity, right?
That's a positive G.
Yeah, but it's only gravity. It's not something the helicopter is adding in addition to.
No, but it could. If I went like this and dove down, that could be more positive G's.
Right.
Or went like that and added power.
It's acceleration that causes G's.
Well, no, G's are on us right now. We have
no. But I'm saying, in addition to gravity, it's only acceleration that increases or decreases the G-force, right?
One of the things that we talk about in investing is safety. Joe Chiano loves talking about safety and protecting your money as you get older and turning it into income. You can find more about that at mymoneymyway.com. 303-779-6600. Joe?
Yes, Tom. I just love your explanation about the helicopter. About the positive G-force, the negative G-force, and that could have a place along with that the stock market is right now. It's been very unstable. There's some positive gains. And if you're young, let's say under the age of 55 or 59, you may have a lot of time to recover if you had a negative, force in the stock market. But if you're over the age of 59, you may not have enough time to recover the losses on the stock market. So the retirement income annuity that we have is guaranteed not to lose the principal that you put in or the gains. It also offers a 15% bonus to transfer anybody's 401ks or IRAs or retirement accounts from the volatility of the market into safety. And it provides, Tom, this is really what people want today. They want to have a guaranteed lifetime income that they will never outlive. So this financial tool will help people grow and protect their money without any risk of losing it. And, you know, I've been talking to a lot of people over the last couple of weeks, and I can tell you right now, they're very, very concerned. I just had a person that just came to my office 2 weeks ago, and he had lost $25,000 in a matter of 2 weeks on his 401k.
Well, that can happen. That can certainly happen.
Yeah. And so he was looking for safety.
Yes.
He was looking for security. And this is really what we do.
And let me give them your contact information again, Joe. It's 303-779-6600, 779-6600. And speaking of finances, a lot of people have high interest debt. And I'll tell you, whether it's annuity or investing with me or anyone else, you never invest when you have high interest debt. Get rid of that first. High interest debt will eat you alive. American Financing has partnered with me because I've told consumers forever, get rid of high interest debt. And American Financing has the way to do it. They're offering this special equity line of credit that you can take out and pay off credit card bills. And rates are dipping into the 5s with that, depending on when you close. In fact, if you refi, you could even skip a couple payments, depending on the timing. American Financing is offering equity lines of credit based on your checkbook, your bank statement only, or even refis. I want you to find out more. There's never a charge to talk to them. No money up front ever. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
Where's Mark this week?
Oh, he's been here all week.
Oh.
Yeah, they're out of town this weekend.
They just went out of town for something.
We're going to have to get you some fidget toys for while you're in the hospital.
I know.
It's his birthday celebration in Vegas.
Oh, is it?
Gone to Vegas.
His birthday is Tuesday.
Every time
What's that?
His birthday is Tuesday.
They go a lot. Yeah, they like that.
Yeah, I have it on my calendar, I think.
Telling me they got them passes for the airplane. So they never have to pay. They just hop on.
Yeah, because they bought like a lifetime ticket or like a 1-year ticket or something. Yeah. But you got to fly Frontier.
I said, you fly with Frontier, Mark? He's like, all the time. I'm like, okay.
He bitches about him, too.
All the time.
All the time.
He sued them twice. I was going to say,
yeah.
That's why he's got some free package.
They had an unlimited ticket for like $1,000 or something, and that's what they bought.
Oh, my God. That's an awesome deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got some blackout dates in there. He says, but you got to be very flexible on what you're doing. Yeah, so, you got to be ready to go when they tell you to go.
My brother and his girlfriend fly that way because her brother works for United or something, and it's like a game for them to see what airport they got to go to before they can get to where they want to go. Because it's you can't pack. I mean, you can't check luggage. You're on total standby. And,
So, Tom,
I
was
don't
gonna-
traveled Europe.
I was going to interject about someone that was asking about why they can't pay cash at Ball Arena.
Oh, okay, let's talk about
So I
that.
looked up the rules.
We got two fellas. All right. They said they couldn't pay cash.
Right, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
They're cashless.
For anything.
I think
They can at the
concessions.
Concessions, right?
Yeah.
You can at concessions?
Well, I'll explain it.
All right.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Don't forget GenesisTotalExteriors.com for that roof coating where you can pour it over. They can do an application without having to replace a roof for commercial operations and even some residentials. or Barnes. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. All right, so Deputy Doc, we had a call the other day. Somebody was at Ball Arena.
And they wanted to pay cash.
They had cash. They wanted to pay cash. They weren't allowed to pay cash. They wanted to know why. They said cash is legal tender. Why can't they use it?
Okay, well, according to the cash pay law in Colorado and Denver, you have to accept cash if there is a person who is manning it. So in other words, parking lots or things like that where there's nobody taking your money, you have to use a credit card. If there's somebody taking cash, then you have to accept it. So what Ball Arena did to skirt the rule was they have, of all of their concession stands, they have 2 places in the arena where they will take cash. So if you're on one side of it, you have to go all the way to the other side to pay in cash. So that's how they got around it.
So they do have some cash.
They have only 2 stations in the entire place where you can where they can take cash.
Now, what if they wanted to have none? Are they allowed to have none? No. See, they have to have a way to take cash.
Right.
But it has to be manned.
Exactly.
So they separate them. That's interesting as hell.
So any place like a retail store where you are dealing with a person, they have to take cash. If it's a place where there's no persons, then they don't have to take cash.
All right. Now, someone asked why, on a text, I said 2-bladed rotors are affected for what's called a mast bump and not 3-bladed or 4-bladed or 5-bladed. I don't know the exact physics behind it, but in a 3-bladed prop, when you go negative G's, one of the blades is always in contact or creating positive G's. But when you have only 2 of them, you get into a negative G situation. Again, I don't know how the physics work, but I do know this. In my particular helicopter with 3 blades, I can go up to an arc and push over like a roller coaster, and nothing happens negatively. Nothing. Okay? I can do anything. I can go back and forth, up and down. You can't do that with a 2-bladed prop because it is what's called articulating. Now, Red Bull, if you see them, does all kinds of things that are crazy. The Red Bull helicopter, and that only has 2 blades. So you may want to ask, how can they do that without mast bumping or without blade flapping or without cutting off their tail? That helicopter was specially designed and modified for aerobatic maneuvers. It's a rigid system. The helicopter rotor blade does not articulate, which means that it's a very rough ride if you're going to use that helicopter for personal transport. But if you're going to use it for a show, it's going to be a great show helicopter because that rotor blade will never disconnect from the fuselage and become a separate entity in negative G forces. It always maintains positive G's. Well, not positive G's, but it always flies with the fuselage, always. And that's why the Red Bull helicopter gets away with it. If all 2-blade helicopters were made that way, no one would ride in them. They would be too uncomfortable. But that Red Bull helicopter is for one reason only, and that's for fancy schmancy air maneuvers that you can't do in a regular 2-bladed prop, 2-bladed rotor.
Or the famous Hueys that we used in Vietnam, there were tens of thousands of them, right? They were 2-bladed.
Right.
Were they made so that couldn't happen?
No, it could happen. In fact, in the military, there is an entire, I took the class, an entire session on, I didn't take it, I saw a recorded one is what I meant. It's an entire session related to mast bumping. The entire session. It's a 3-hour lecture and diagrams and lessons on how to avoid mast bumping. In fact, those helicopters would be even more prone to it because they have to be more nimble. So those blades truly do move a lot. And mast bumping can, by the way, just let me tell you something. One bump in the mast may not shear it off, but it will definitely ground the helicopter if it's ever, when it's inspected. It will never fly again until they replace it. So if you did a mast bump and happened to correct it before it sheared off, like it just bumped a little and only took a chunk out of that mast, well, you're on borrowed time. that might be a possibility that you get to the ground before it shears off. Something, though, that I want to tell you something is the blade flapping eventually bumps the mast, but mast bumping doesn't come first. In a negative G situation, the mast bump comes first, then the catastrophe. In a blade flapping situation, the blades lose lift first, then the mast bump, then the catastrophic results. Let me explain what that means. Why would a blade flap? Only in one condition. If you lose power to the engine and you attempt to keep the helicopter flying with a thick pitch in the rotors, the thick pitch slows down the rotors and you can't regain that speed. Though the rotors then are no longer rigid but become floppy. And when they become floppy, they slap the masts. Well, the rotor body slaps the mast, and the blades themselves slap the tail. Those blades will cut off the tail almost every single time if you let the blades flap. That's why when an engine goes in a helicopter, your natural instinct must be to take all the pitch out of that rotor and make it flat so it spins to the ground like those little whirlybird plants we used to play with from an oak tree. So what you want to do is always keep the blades flat. Now, I'm not trying to be technical. I'm no more technical than an article you might read about this. I'm just trying to explain to you what happened, because so many people, when this happens, just say, I'm not flying in those things. They're unsafe. I'm not going to fly in that one because they fall out of the sky or they lose their tail. There's no way that thing lost its tail because of some mechanical or manufacturing failure. It lost its tail because the blades chopped it off. All of this will be proven, every single bit of it. Jim, you want to talk about a catalytic converter. What's going on, Jim?
I've got a 2000 Chevy Tahoe with a 5.7 liter motor. My catalytic converters failed about a year and a half ago, but that was in reality only about 6,000 miles ago. I had them professionally replaced with the Jared Polis Kiss of Approval cats.
That's the one that California does, the mini-me. He's mini-me.
And you actually get to thank Hickenlooper for that. That was not Polis.
No, it wasn't?
It was Hickenlooper.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hickenlooper was another mini-me. They all want to be Gavin Newsom.
Well, look at the hair.
Anyway, I paid the premium price.
Yeah.
And had it done.
Yeah.
But they failed again here.
Why do they keep failing? Why would a cat keep failing, guys?
Contamination.
And I only drive this vehicle on the highway.
Well, they're saying you have something contaminating it.
Yeah, either antifreeze or oil.
I have no check engine light. So.
Well, you wouldn't, but if you're burning a little bit of oil or antifreeze, it could contaminate the cats very easy. Especially a car that age.
I mean, that's
basic. Yeah, just basic, catalytic converters.
We got to go. We got to take a break.
There's only 6 months, though.
What is that?
Huh?
What's 2503?
2503.
The gun.
Handcone number.
Rapid fire. What did they do?
They fucking signed it into law.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It goes into effect August of 2026.
So what does it do?
Well, it removes from the majority of firearms that accept a detachable magazine will now be illegal. If you get one, you will also have to take a course through the police department and get certified and registered. This is the most unfreaking constitutional thing ever.
It's not going to stand.
Well, but Dan was talking to somebody yesterday, and she was saying, and she was with one of the gun advocacy groups, and they have their own gun store and everything else. And Dan made a comment, well, it's going to die in the Supreme Court. According to her, and I meant to ask Brown about it when we walked in here, they can't even litigate it until it goes into effect.
Recover your hair today. You've heard of hair transplants. We have all kinds of people talking about them, celebrities and otherwise. They really work. Your hair grows the next day. But now there's a way to get that done for a fraction of the cost that it costs in the States. you can go to Turkey, Istanbul, Turkey, and have it done. RecoverYourHair.com. I'm serious. What happened is, one guy that I know in Denver, he went there and said, I want to have it done. He saved a ton of money, and then he decided, I'm going to put together trips for other people. So, founder Nick Turner put together medical tourism trips to Istanbul, Turkey, where you can, in all the airfare and hotel included, you can go for a day or a weekend. Well, you got to go for more than a day because you have the transplant, then you have the follow-up visits, and then you're back home, and it's all for a fraction of the cost of what they charge in America, including when you throw in the airfare and the hotel. Why don't you contact them and find out more? RecoverYourHair.com, 970-534-0676, 970-534-0676. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, is the one you want to help you buy a home or sell a home, or he'll do a free analysis of your house to tell you what it will sell for on the open market based on the interest rates, supply and demand, the comparables, and the state of the economy. He takes all factors into consideration to get you a free, accurate market analysis with no obligation. Find out what your house will sell for. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
They're really getting closer and closer to design these gun laws to everything. You know, this detachable magazine, multi-fire. It's just ridiculous. So a 9mm or 45 or anything like that is detachable magazine now, and it's all part of.
Yeah, they want them incorporated. So I mean, and there's obviously plenty of hunting rifles out there. You know that you've got the internal magazine.
Yep.
So, but you know, particularly look at something like a 9mm, okay, or a 45 because they're never known for jamming, right? You know, you have a jam. Well, now you can't release the magazine so that you don't have a second round popping up after it in order to clear the jam. You just made the gun more unsafe.
Yeah. And they're not making anybody safer by these laws. That's the weird thing, you know. Because God knows the criminals are going to read up and make sure they're, you know.
That's why I'm glad there's no criminals down in Texas. It's a good place to buy a gun.
Surprised he signed it so quick. I thought he was going to drag
him to sit out, so that he didn't have it on his record that haven't signed it because he's going to go after Hickenlooper seat on the midterms.
Yep.
This is affecting everything with a magazine?
Basically.
Everything with a magazine.
And what if you already own these guns?
You're
Make you
grandfather.
take a class.
Your grandfather.
So hurry up and go.
Well, I own plenty of them.
Hey, Democrats are the best gun dealers ever.
Yeah, they're the best for the gun.
Every time you turn around, you want to know how to.
Better go buy 5 more real quick.
Yeah. You want to figure out how to sell guns? Or you should get some ammo off the shelves? Tell the Democrats start talking about guns.
They're trying to say this doesn't include the majority of handguns.
It's BS. It is the majority of
everything with the
handguns.
magazine, right? I think I only own one that doesn't.
God.
Maybe 2.
I think.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah, everything at my 940 doesn't matter. They're all
I think I've got
flip-oriented.
I've got 12 revolvers. I've got 3 Derringers.
Those are rookie numbers, man. You gotta get your numbers up.
I own 146 altogether.
Yeah.
Okay, that's no good.
I'm not going to ask how many are registered.
At least
147.
Visit us in Colorado Springs or Littleton to take advantage of these deals.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So did did Jim get his question out about it?
Well, basically, but he
had a
should
follow-up question.
He should have a warranty, though. I mean, they do come with a warranty.
Yeah, Jim. First of all, we think it's.
I do have the Napa warranty.
Yep.
My question is, I guess, am I risking doing any damage to
by driving with it?
Yes.
I'm
currently out of
short
state,
term,
about 1,000 miles away.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need a cat converter, let's face it.
No, it's throwing a code. So, I mean, there is something going on. So if it does start to plug up, you could have problems. So it's kind of a hard question to answer.
Yeah, it's really about when it starts to plug up. The code doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have issues, but...
There's no code, so...
Not even a code.
So how do you know it's going out?
Yeah, how do you know it's going bad?
Well, I can hear it.
What do you hear?
Like a tinny sound, like shit?
Rattling.
That could be anything.
First time.
Yeah, that could even be something as simple as a heat shield breaking loose underneath there. So just go underneath there with a mallet, a nice soft, plastic dead blow mallet, start banging on some stuff and see where the noise is really coming from.
What?
Okay,
Did you just tell him to beat his car with a mallet?
I sure did.
He sure did. What will that do?
Yeah, you get rattles. You can hear them.
Okay,
if
you can recreate the
broken
rattle.
up that far, you'd have a 420 code in that. It would pick up on that.
I never thought of that. That's true. The car's standing still and you start
antifreeze, it would throw a code.
Not that it's burning antifreeze, but if your cat is failing, you would have a 420 code if the cat was breaking up.
Okay.
Yeah, so you probably have...
shield then.
Yeah, get under there like Jeff said. It's a good
What kind of code is that?
PL420 is the catalytic converter.
420 is the cat converter.
420, 430.
420, yeah.
420.
All has to do with the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you mentioned the antifreeze, it made me wonder because that era 5.7-liter motor had issues with the intake manifold leaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure did.
Well, I wish you the best, bro. Troy, you're calling about SB 2503, and that's the one that basically redefined guns for what's legal, right?
Yeah, it's the Colorado gun ban. Our dear
Well, you call it the gun ban. No, they call it they don't call it the gun ban.
Tom, if it saves just one life.
Safety education bill. So our dear leader signed this wonderful bill yesterday.
Well, what do you expect? What do you expect from Polis? Come on. Polis.
Well, I thought he was going to let it sit on his desk and take the coward way out, but he decided that he does not want to be the president. So he went ahead and signed the bill with all the Karens in the state.
So what basically does this bill do? Can somebody actually tell me now that it's law? What exactly does it do? Without exaggeration, what does it do?
No, without exaggeration, and really, it's going to get shot down over Constitution issues.
Okay, tell me what it says that's going to be shot down, or just tell me in general, what does this new bill do? How is it different for a gun owner?
It requires you to take education on firearm safety. So what this bill does is it requires Colorado Parks and Wildlife to establish a firearm safety course for semi-automatic firearms. Well, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, so I am a hunter ed instructor, and as part of our firearms section in the course, we just talk about basic.
I don't care about the education part. What's the meaty part? What's the main part? Nobody cares about education courses.
Detachable magazine, semi-automatic.
All right, hold on, Dragon. He's not getting to the specifics. Get to the specifics.
He's taking his sweet time on all this.
Yeah, get to the specifics.
A semi-automatic firearm that has a detachable magazine, in order to purchase one here coming up, you will have to take a safety class.
Okay, is that all there is to it?
There's a little bit more, but it gets into the weeds and everything.
So if it has a detachable magazine,
correct.
So we're not talking about like a 9mm handgun.
Exactly.
Yes.
Detachable.
All has a detachable magazine.
Well, no, not a revolver.
Well, not a revolver. Okay, but most handguns.
So anything that has a detachable magazine requires a safety course.
Correct.
Okay, may I ask this? And believe me, I'm not a gun nut as far as wanting it to be outlawed and banned or anything. I believe in our right to own arms. But what is wrong with that? I mean, tell me what's wrong with
the cost of the classes and the time it takes in order to do so.
You think it's just a way of them? Well, then why are people saying it outlaws guns?
It's also going to create a registry for anybody who's actually purchasing these things.
But where does it outlaw them?
Well, you cannot purchase one
without a safety course.
Tom, there's something else that's in one of the latest versions of that bill that I read.
I'm not arguing in favor of it, by the way. I'm asking a question.
I know what you mean.
Go ahead.
It also requires the sheriff's permission to buy an AR style rifle. Troy, is that correct? Is that in the final version of that law?
I don't know, Troy. Is it?
Yeah. So your first step is you have to go to the your local sheriff and ask for permission to attend the course. So there is no standard on what the sheriff is going to. So if the sheriff,
you have to ask permission to attend a course, and then the only way you can get to buy it is if you do attend the course.
Correct.
So if he doesn't want you to own the gun and he doesn't like you, he can just not invite you to the class.
Yeah, that's also known as the Denver sheriff, for example.
Yeah.
Really?
Or he doesn't like your looks. Or you got a tattoo on your neck. He doesn't like that.
Or he's just anti-civilians owning guns anyway. So, yeah, it's a very subjective thing. The sheriff can deny your right to exercise your Second Amendment right.
And if you've ever seen my tail, I'll get outlawed quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also, Colorado Parks and Wildlife currently does not have this course, so they're going to have to spend over $20 million to develop.
$20 million?
Develop the data.
That's why it's going to take until August next year to implement this.
Yeah, develop the course, develop the database to store your information, hire instructors. The governor said that this course shouldn't cost anybody more than $200. So as a firearms instructor, if I have to teach a 12-hour course, I am not going to charge you any less than $400 or $500 for a 12-hour course.
Wow.
So the moral is run out and buy your guns now.
But it did not literally outlaw the gun.
That just makes them more challenging.
Correct.
Yeah.
If you still own one, you can still own that one. There's nothing wrong with that.
Huh.
Right. And, you look at history, the National Firearms Act, where you have to pay $200 for a suppressor. That was established in 1936 when $200 was equivalent to about a couple of $1,000. So people still own suppressors, but they pay the tax. Those that have the resources can pay the taxes, can pay the fees. But this bill is targeted really against the poor.
Well, I mean, as one might argue that, especially if they have to pay for the course. Anyway, I need to take a break. We'll talk more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
So the class isn't there yet.
No, that's putting together all the infrastructure in order to put this to enforce this bill is going to. What?
They're hoping for it to go all be in next year?
No, that's why it's going to take until August of 2026 before they can actually implement all these changes.
You got 12 months.
You got 12 months.
Get what you got to get.
4 or 5.
They've already got
4 or 5. I might be able to.
You'll be all right.
I might be able to catch it.
Yeah.
By 4 or 5 a month.
You'll catch me just fine. The wife just sent me a text. The boat overturned.
I got to use some spots. Just tell me where it's at. Joe Lazare is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need, but he's there for you to answer questions. Here's what he does. He'll answer your questions free of charge. He'll talk to you about any criminal charge, including DUIs. If you decide to hire him, he'll give you a flat rate for the entire case. You don't do better than that. Lazzara, L-A-Z-Z-A-R-A, Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200. Put the number away. I hope you never need it. 303-429-6200. Gravina's has great windows. Gravina's What do I mean by that? Well, they have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. The reason I stress that is because you want more than just a solid company, more than 65 years. You want solid products. And when you have 50 to choose from, you will find one right for you. 303 Gravina's. 303 Gravina. That's 303 Gravina or gravinas.com. You know how I feel about high interest debt. If you don't get rid of it, you may as well not invest money because you're losing every month you pay high interest debt. Get rid of it. If you've accumulated credit card debt, get rid of it once and for all with American Financing and a refi without any upfront costs. Call them to find out more. I've asked them to put this program together to reduce the debt that people are paying by lowering interest. Interest rates are in the 5s. It's way lower than 15 and 16 and 24% you're paying with credit cards. You can get a line of credit or just refi your house. It's worth it to get rid of high interest debt. Then you can pay that part of it off faster if you want, but at least you have breathing room. Call my friends, AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000.
If you guys ever want to come shoot bowling pins at my gun club on Tuesday nights, you don't need to be a member.
Oh, cool.
Everybody's welcome. It's a ton of fun.
Yeah, is that where Doc plays poker, too?
No.
Where is this?
Cherry Creek Gun Club.
Oh, yeah.
It's every Tuesday night. I go almost.
That's one thing Kimberly
What do you
was talking
shoot?
about.
We shoot bowling pins. And it's time.
With what? What kind of gun?
Oh, anything you want. Well, a handgun. These are.
You bring your own.
You have. Oh, yeah. But you can borrow one of mine if you were.
Sounds like he's got multiple.
I have 5.
Oh, perfect.
I have all kinds, but I haven't had them out in so long. I got to clean them and get them all.
I'll help you get them oiled up, and then we'll go shoot bowling pins. It's a ton of fun.
Two biggest enemies of a gun.
I can't
Lust
shoot
and
people,
politicians.
that's the point.
That's it.
So, and you get your time, recorded so you can see if you're approving from.
So, Jeff, you have 140 of them. Do you just set a date that you clean and oil each one? Or is that like date night with the guns?
Well, if you go pretty much every other day, you're right.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
It was 146, by the way.
Oh, man. Congratulations. Good numbers.
I have like.
Some of them got to feel neglected, though.
Some of them have never even been shot.
Yeah.
My 4470's never been fired.
Just
That hurts.
Makes my shoulder hurt.
Yeah.
It's just hearing that.
But I mean, it makes for a nice wall piece,
Sure.
My 4440 I shot doing some cowboy shooting.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's perfect.
I couldn't even imagine. This is too much. We did a Weatherby, a 340 Weatherby, and that was all I could do. Yeah. First shot was fine. Second one, I
4440 is not that large of a round.
That's true. No, the
It's a heavy
like
enough gun. It
anti-air.
absorbs a lot of recoil.
Yeah.
What's fun is watching people try to load it.
Why?
You pull up and then you twist the barrel open.
Oh.
It's like the videos watching the girl shooting the eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Shit you kill.
I saw some jackass the other day carrying me on open carries. Why?
Well, yeah. What do you?
Why? What do you?
You gonna stop a car or
It's
something
like-
with it? Yeah.
Why do you need attention?
That's what it is. I'd rather not have attention. I like to keep things put away.
Keep the gun outside your pants because you don't have one in your
Yeah,
pants.
that's right. Those guys, No.
He's just hoping somebody's gonna make my day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how big it is if you don't know how to use it.
That's true.
Good point.
I don't know, you shoot that thing accurately anyway. It's just ridiculous.
Not very, maybe the first one. You got to settle back in. It's like I got a 12 gauge side by side or 10 gauge rather side by side Loyola. Most people can't shoot it because it's made with on cast, but I picked it up originally. Guy needed some money. I thought, I'll make it a nice turkey gun. Then I picked it up. Bullshit. If you swing that thing and you have to change directions, you need 2 people on the other side of the barrel to
on 630 KO.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Remember, K&H Home Solutions, khwindows.com has painting pros available now as well. as well as all of their other services, khwindows.com. All right, so we have car day today, very, very busy. And let's finish up answering some of these questions. First of all, somebody wants to know, can you convert a carbureted engine on an older car they have to fuel injection? That would be a major deal.
Not really. No, they sell a lot of kits for that.
They sell kits?
Yep.
So you can take an older car and make it fuel injected?
Change out the manifold, fuel pump, and some of the controls, yeah.
Okay.
Holly sells kits for it.
Yeah, it's not going to be injectors that go into the cylinder like today's conventional engines. You'll have throttle bodies, like the older GMs.
Okay. Then somebody wants to know about... Hold on, I got to find it. Doggone it. Oh, I can't find it. In any case, when it comes to emissions, is it if the car will pass emissions without the catalytic converter, what would be wrong with putting just a shell of a cat on there and let it ride? I mean, what they're asking is, do the cats actually affect the engine and the ride itself?
It does adjust some gas, but it's not a big deal. And the biggest thing is if you can hollow it out and keep your check engine light off, because that is attached to the check engine light. It is reading when the exhaust goes by.
Not that we're recommending doing this.
Correct. No. But have there been people that have put hollowed out cats on their cars?
I've heard about it before. Older cars, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the pre-OBD2, you could get away with it.
The newer ones nowadays read it so much that it's going to kick a code as soon as you drill that out and put it back on. The code's going to come on. You're gonna
somebody says that they read they could chip their car. They don't know what it means, but somebody claimed they're just plug and play. First of all, what is a chip? How do you chip a car?
Well, they're talking about different types of programming. So, I mean, typically we go in...
Is there literally a chip
recommending that?
Remember, is there a chip that... So the manufacturer programs...
And they used to have actual chips that you could change inside the computers themselves.
But not anymore.
So it's just a name that's carried on. So
now what you have to do is actually reprogram it?
Yep. They do have some plug and play where you can put them in the OBD2.
Is it legal to program a car, reprogram?
That depends on what you're doing.
Not all.
Oh, we'll have to tackle this next car day. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget, 303 Martino for help, information, and referrals. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
The juicy, delicious chicken you know and love is now available at the King Soopers and City Market butcher counters. Whether you're whipping up a quick meal for one or preparing a feast for the whole family, get exactly the amount of fresh Redbird Farms chicken you need. Take your pick from premium hand-selected chicken breasts, wings, and thighs. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or any way you crave it. Redbird Farms chicken. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King Soopers and City Market. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Spring cleaning? Don't forget carpets. The best carpet cleaner ever. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. 3 rooms, $114. $75 off duct cleaning. 471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
The word emergency. It means something unexpected has gone terribly wrong. Normal ways of doing things are not working. The fastest way to turn an emergency into a full disaster is to lose communication. Ham radio people understand emergencies. For over 70 years, they have provided free emergency communications for organizations. Ham radio, when normal ways of communications fail or get overloaded. The Amateur Radio Emergency Service. We'll be there.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. President Trump acknowledged there could be transition costs before he closes trade deals with countries, and China could be the toughest deal. That's added more uncertainty for investors and everyday Americans. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver says U.S. bonds are typically a place investors shift during sell-offs, but not now.
The U.S. 10-year Treasury is the most widely held, most trusted asset on planet Earth. It's held by countries like China, Japan, throughout Europe, but also the biggest institutional investors and the biggest hedge funds. When you see them selling Treasury treasuries, prices falling and yields rising, it tells you that they have growing doubts about the United States economy ability to continue to grow as it faces higher tariffs and probably higher inflation, maybe slowing growth, but also this administration's ability to keep its word and have a coherent strategy around tariffs.
Investors trying to turn the tide after more than a week of steep losses due to tariffs. Markets are up in the final hours of trading. This is ABC News. An immigration judge in Louisiana set to rule whether pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil can be deported or released. He was moved to that detention facility in Louisiana after ICE agents arrested the Columbia grad student in New York. ABC's Armando Garcia is in Chino, Louisiana.
In a memo earlier this week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Khalil's presence in the United States harmed foreign policy priorities, but he also seemed to acknowledge the fact that he hasn't been charged with a single crime. Khalil's lawyers, of course, have pushed back on the government's claim, saying that they have no case against their client, saying that he's also protected by the First Amendment right, but they also seem to acknowledge that this quick turnaround, literally less than 48 hours to rebut the government's claims, puts them at a grave disadvantage.
It's known for its chill and cool music, but the lead up to this year's Coachella Music Festival, anything but. In Southern California, long lines of cars have been waiting to get into the festival, with festival goers taking to social media to complain about the delays. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Colorado Senator Michael Bennet today posting a video announcing he wants to hold a different elected office.
Our best solutions to these challenges will not come from the broken politics practiced in Washington. They will come from us, and that's why I'm running for governor.
Bennett also announcing numerous endorsements of his candidacy for governor, including Senator John Hickenlooper, Congressmen Joe Neguse and Jason Crow, and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, along with former Denver mayors Wellington Webb and Michael Hancock. It's going to be a nice weekend along the Front Range.
We could see our first 80-degree day of the year today. We're looking at 80 degrees for your high in Denver. Lots of sunshine. That wind stays light, possibly hitting some record-breaking highs tomorrow at 85 degrees for your Saturday. It is going to get a little bit breezy on Saturday, so some high fire danger. And then Sunday, slightly cooler.
Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burr says Sunday's high will be around 70 with the chance of rain on Sunday night. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Out west into the high country, a crash on US 6 through Tunnel 3. We are seeing alternating traffic between Colorado 119 and Colorado 93, hopefully clearing up within the next few minutes or so. Into the metro proper, some usual slowdowns for your Friday afternoon commute. I-25 northbound showing slower speeds between Alameda and I-70. Southbound I-25, we're seeing some stop and go up around I-76. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life?